fellow Americans, lovers of freedom, champions of human rights. Our mission is to advocate for the political vulnerable and persecuted around the world. My name is Evans Nwankwo, and I'm the chairman of this organization. This man is being held in Nigeria against all legal and court order that has said otherwise. What happens on the other part of the globe cannot and must not be ignored. We have one world and we have one globe. We must not ignore justice or injustice anywhere it happens. All the lovers of freedom, champions of human rights must not and cannot ignore injustice anywhere. Nigeria has turned into a dark nation. It's not the same place that I grew up. And ladies and gentlemen, you cannot drive darkness away with darkness. You can only do so with light. We're gathered here today to advocate and ask all the lovers of freedom and champions of human rights to be the light that drives away this darkness in the country Nigeria by doing the right thing, releasing this innocent man, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who I've called the Mandela of our era.
My name is Ben Nwankwo. I am the Executive Director for Ambassador for Self-Determination, a human rights advocate here in the United States. Our mission today is to call for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are calling on the Nigerian government to listen to the cry of the people. Men and women all over the world that have extended a hand of friendship to Nigeria in respect of their democracy to ask for release of this man. He should not die in prison. We have watched the whole thing from the beginning. We followed the judicial process. So now here we are. And I'm asking Nigeria to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for the right reasons. Do not release him because United States says so. Do not release him because Britain and members of the British oligarchs say so. No. Do not release him because Biafran people are protesting all over the world, calling for the immediate release of Mr. Kanu. He too has a mother that died as a result of this struggle for freedom. He has cried out to people, to Nigerians, to pay attention to this injustice because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is ill. He is sick and needed medical attention. He's been denied of the proper medical attention. He's been starved. He's been denied access to his attorneys, especially those from outside Nigeria. When will it end? It is called justice and the rule of law. This justice and the rule of law is not just for the rich and famous. It's to all men, both great and small, as advocates of human rights and members of our Ambassador for Self-Determination. We believe that currently Nigeria is at a crossroad. And we all know what that is. Nigeria must choose between good and evil. They must choose between righteousness and unrighteousness. They must choose between freedom for all men, irrespective of tribe, religion, and your political affiliation, versus oppression and mental slavery of her citizens, where people are subjected to chronic poverty, no job, no freedom, and it's become the order of the day to fundamentally violate human rights. That's why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in prison today. We are not here to be confrontational. We are not here to intimidate or to insult. But we are here to appeal to the conscience of those in leadership in Nigeria to please release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why? Because you can do it. Don't wait for tomorrow. You can do it today. You have a chance to join the global community in the journey for justice for all men. You can show the world with a logical, demonstrable proof by allowing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to go home to his family.
My name is W. Bruce DeValier, and I am an international lawyer and a civil litigator, international civil litigator, and a constitutional lawyer. I am pleased and honored to be counsel for Ambassadors of Self-Determination. I am equally pleased and honored to be here today. He's remarkably similar to Nelson Mandela in that his charismatic approach to securing freedom for his people, advocating for peace, and advocating for self-determination. So Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of the Igbo people. And in that regard, as I said, he is remarkably like Nelson Mandela. Nnamdi Kanu is our opportunity to get it right. So if you have some hesitation about supporting Nnamdi Kanu, because there's been some talk of him being a terrorist and the IPOB being terrorist, that's simply not true. But I'm here to submit to you, even more important, Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist. As a matter of fact, Nelson Mandela was not removed from the United States list of terrorists until he was 89 years old, and I believe it was 2009, when he was almost dead. As we've said, evidence has come to light that not only is Nnamdi Kanu jailed, and let's just make sure what we're talking about is crystal clear. Here is a man that is a political leader, a peace-loving political leader that wants freedom for his people, wants his people to no longer be subjected to apartheid-like discrimination and genocide, and he's jailed because of that. He's sitting in jail as we speak today. And I would really be delighted, and my job would be done, if a great number of you said, why haven't I heard about this before? Why isn't everyone talking about this? Why is this something that seems to only concern the Igbo people? Why don't we know about this injustice? Because I submit to you, there is no greater injustice right now on this planet than the continued unlawful incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu. Now, it's easy to say unlawful, and I'm a lawyer and I often say it, but in this case, we have not one, not two, but three separate panels, judicial panels, that have said his arrest, his rendition, and his continued incarceration are absolutely illegal. Not because it's not a good idea, not because we don't like it, not because he's the leader of our people or a leader of people that we favor. The Nigerian courts applying Nigerian law made that determination not once, but twice. You have two court judgments, it's so obvious, that said he must be released immediately, he must be returned to his place of citizenship, which is Britain, and he must be paid 1 billion naira, or 500,000 naira, depending on the court. The United Nations has looked at this case and determined that there are rampant, gross human rights violations, and they demand the immediate release. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu represents, just as Nelson Mandela represented his people, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu represents over 50% more people, 42 million as opposed to 28 million. So how can we not move mountains, do everything in our power possible as human beings to free Nnamdi Kanu? It's fundamental, basic Nigerian law. And that has been disregarded because Nigerian law has been utilized by the courts twice to say, release Nnamdi Kanu. Again, let's make sure we understand he's in jail solely because of his political beliefs. He's caged solely because of his ethnicity and solely because of what he represents, which is freedom. Freedom from oppression, freedom from genocide, and freedom from apartheid-like discrimination. The UN determination, they found directly, not obliquely, not as a recommendation, but a direct speaking voice that the UN seldom, if ever, takes, almost never takes, that there was a violation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's human rights because he was detained arbitrarily and without law. He was detained without due process. He was detained without the right to use his counsel. And he was unlawfully kidnapped and secreted to a secret location. He was disappeared. He was all of the horrors that you can imagine that a nation could do short of actually killing him, which would be genocide, all at once. Nnamdi Kanu has languished in the darkness and the silence for far too long. We call for someone, anyone or Congress as a whole, to stand up and say enough's enough, free Nnamdi Kanu. So when this message gets out to the members of the United States Congress, I submit that those that want to strike a blow for freedom and also preserve their name for posterity, this would be a good start. So I think we have reason for hope. Without hope, everyone gives up. So I'm here to tell you there's hope. Finally, the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is of paramount importance in beginning the process of remedying the religious and ethnic persecution in Nigeria. It's a bigger issue than him. The call, free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is a call for human rights and obedience to the rule of law and good government that must be made from throughout the globe and heard in Abuja. 50 million plus, 60 million plus Igbo worldwide will cherish the day of Kanu's freedom, and the world will celebrate, much as it celebrated the release of Nelson Mandela. And we can all be part of that. The courts of Nigeria have spoken. The United Nations have spoken. Now is the time for the American people and Congress to speak, and the world to speak, to lend their voices to condemn Nigeria's action and to encourage them to do what is required of them in compliance with the rule of law and international human rights. If the United States is responsible in any measure for causing the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the world, West Africa, Africa, and the world will see and celebrate the United States as the beacon of human rights, freedom, and liberty, and the rule of law that it always has been, that we always imagine ourselves to be, and we aspire to be. Simple act, one man, one voice, one statement. We can attain those great benefits in that sense of accomplishment.
This is a long journey, but I do believe deep in my heart that the end is near. Martin Luther King said that in the end is not the words of the enemy that hurts. Rather, is the silence of friends that's supposed to speak, but choose to be silent. And darkness cannot drive away darkness. Only light can do that. So on behalf of ambassadors for self-determination, I'm calling on all people in diaspora. You are the future. You are the hope. Be the light. I'm calling on U.S. Congress and the senators to be the light, because injustice anywhere left unaddressed will eventually become injustice everywhere. I also appeal to my brothers and sisters, the African Americans. We are cut from the same cloth. We just arrived here differently. Do not forget from where you come. And this is the time to rise up. Speak up. Do not be silent. And be the light. Because if we collectively can do that, Mazi will walk the street again. Thank you.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Fellow Americans, lovers of freedom, champions of human rights, our mission is to advocate for the political vulnerable and persecuted around the world. My name is Evans Nwankwo, and I'm the chairman of this organization. This man is being held in Nigeria against all legal and court order that has said otherwise. What happens on the other part of the globe cannot and must not be ignored.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
We have one wall.
Hello.
And we have
I'm speaking to you today from a remote location.
Justice.
I'm sorry
Anyway.
I'm not able to be amongst you physically, but I'm with you virtually. Before I start, let me observe the basic protocols by acknowledging the ambassadors for self-determination, the coalition of Biafran sons and daughters, the friends of Biafra, gathered here today at the Washington Press Club, Washington, D.C., United States.
To advocate and
I'm highly honored
all the lovers of freedom
to be called upon to address you on the very important agenda of the day. But before I do that, let me thank the ambassadors for self-determination, the organizers of the event. My profound thanks to the two men behind this powerful organization, the two brothers. I call them the A-team, the Nwankwo brothers, Ben and Evan. I thank you so much for bringing this event to fruition.
Is to call for the release.
Well, let me begin by saying this.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Ben and Evans
We are calling on the Nigerian
have been at the front line of propagating the cause for self-determination, defending human rights in Nigeria,
men and women,
and calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is the subject matter of this very event today. Of course, there are other subject matters, such as the right to self-determination and the persecution that is being levied against Christians in Nigeria in this current era. Ben and Evans, I thank you, and I thank all those who are behind you, seen and unseen, and your professional crew, and all that, and so many other people that I really do not want to mention here. So having said that, I would not burden you with slogans and or sloganeering. I will not tell you what you know already. I will tell you what you don't know. Or what you know but you don't know all of it. Well, last week I met with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the headquarters of the Directorate of State Security in Abuja, Nigeria.
Kanu.
And I did inform him of this event coming up. And he was very happy.
As a result of
And he asked me to ensure that I speak and do a video to be played to the participants in this event. So today I'm wearing two hats. I'm speaking on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu.
He is sick.
I'm also speaking on my own behalf. My name is Aloy Ejimako. I'm the special counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the indigenous people of Biafra. And I'm speaking to you from a location in Nigeria. The man, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is well known. He's everywhere. He's on Wikipedia. He's an internationally acclaimed freedom fighter. But there's just a few things I need to tell you about him. What brought him to limelight was the formation of the indigenous people of Biafra in the United Kingdom in 2012. Simultaneously, he also founded Radio Biafra. And these two organizations were aimed at one thing: liberation for the people of Biafra, or restoration of the former Republic of Biafra that went defunct in 1970. The right to self-determination is a right that is guaranteed internationally, domestically, and continentally. It's within the black letters of Nigerian law at Article 20 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The right to self-determination is guaranteed. So the formation of IPOB did not break any law. Not laws of United Kingdom, not international law, not Nigerian law. But guess what? When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who was born in Nigeria, but who acquired British citizenship later on, came to Nigeria in October 2015, the government of President Muhammadu Buhari, which had come to power in May, decided to arrest him. He was not arrested between 2012 and 2015 because the government of the day at that time understood that self-determination is not a crime. But the government that came into power in 2015 in May decided that self-determination is going to be treated as a criminal activity. So he was arrested in Lagos. He was charged for treason, also for insulting the president and illegal importation of ready equipment. 3 charges. The treason one, they split it into 2: treason by himself and treason by conspiracy. This thing went on from 2015 until April 2017, when he was eventually granted bail. So he was detained for nearly 18 months. After granting him bail, he returned to his ancestral home in the southeastern part of Nigeria, and he was enjoying his bail when suddenly,
I am pleased and honored
between 10 September and 14 September 2017, the Nigerian army, without any justification whatsoever, levied lethal, massive military operations against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's ancestral home. That day, he was sitting at home with so many people, his family members, including his 2 elderly parents. The attack was lightning, it was obliquerous, it was massive, and it was not the type of an attack you will expect a national military force to levy on a civilian location. But they did. At the end of the day, 28 people lost their lives. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sustained injuries. His parents sustained injuries as well. But somehow, by the grace of God, they all managed to escape. From there, the rest is history. And because there was a national and international manhunt for him by the security forces, which rules of engagement was to shoot, not to maim. If you see Nnamdi Kanu, if you encounter him anywhere, shoot not to maim, but shoot to kill. That's what they went there to do on 10 September, but they didn't succeed. But it went on, they went on in a manhunt. So Nnamdi Kanu was forced to flee
as we speak today.
the municipal boundaries of Nigeria in search of
and my
safe
job
haven
would be done
overseas.
if a great number of you
Eventually,
said, why haven't I heard about
in
this
May
before?
2021,
Why isn't everyone talking
he settled
about
in
it?
Kenya, he entered
Why is this
Nairobi
something that
and
seems
settled in
only
Kenya
concerned
somewhere.
Igbo?
He never knew
Why don't we
that
know
Nigerian
about
security
this
forces,
injustice?
the
Because I submit to you,
international
there is no greater
branch of it,
injustice right
were
now on
laying
this
in
planet
wait for
than the
him.
continued unlawful
They led an ambush
incarceration of
for him.
non-Muslims.
So on 19th June,
It's easy to say unlawful, and I'm a
2021,
lawyer, and I often say
he
it.
drove
But in
himself
this
to
case,
Jomo
we have
Kenyatta
not
International
one, not
Airport
two, but
on a
three
personal
separate
errand.
panels,
As soon as
judicial panels that have
he
said
drove into the parking
his
lot
arrest, his
and
rendition,
alighted from his
and
vehicle,
continued
several
incarceration are absolutely
well-armed
illegal.
security men
Not
suspected
because
to
it's not
be
a good
of a
idea, not
mixture
because we don't like
of
it, not
Nigerian
because
and
he's the
Kenyan
leader of
security
our
forces
people or a leader of people that we
swooped on
favor.
him,
The Nigerian
grabbed him,
courts applying
abducted him,
Nigerian
and put
law
him
made that determination
forcibly
not once,
in a
but
vehicle
twice.
and drove away.
You have two court judgments.
Well,
It's so obvious
they didn't take him to the police
that
station.
said he
They didn't take
must
him to
be released
immigration,
immediately.
or he was a foreigner,
must
he should
be
have been taken to
returned
immigration.
to his
They didn't
place
take
of
him to
citizenship,
any
which is
official
Britain,
law enforcement
and he
facility.
must be paid
They took him to
$1 billion.
a secret
Or
location
$500,000,
in Nairobi, a
depending on the
non-official
The
secret
United
location. So
Nations has
in
looked at this case
effect,
and
they
determined
disappeared
that
him.
there are rampant,
And they kept him at
gross
that
human
secret
rights
location for
violations,
a whole
and they
8
demand the
days.
immediate release.
And those
So
8
Mazi
days he
Nnamdi
endured
Kanu
horrendous torture.
represents, just as Nelson Mandela
All these are
represented
matters
his
of
people,
record between the
Mazi
various
Nnamdi Kanu
tribunals and
represents
courts
over 50% more
before whom this matter has been brought.
42
I
million
cannot begin to
as
give you all the
opposed to
details.
28 million.
Horrendous
So how
torture
can we not?
in violation of basic human
Leave
rights,
Do
in violation of
everything
the
in our
laws
power
of Kenya,
possible as
Nigeria, and the
human beings
international community.
to free Nnamdi Kanu.
When Nnamdi Kanu
It's
was abducted
fundamental
on 19th June
Nigerian
2021, the
law.
proper thing that should have been
That
done
has been disregarded.
is to take him to
Because
the police
Nigerian
station,
law
from there to a court.
Has been utilized
And then
by
if
the
you
courts
wanted him back
twice
in Nigeria,
to
you
say,
subject him
"Release
to what is called
Nnamdi Kanu."
extradition proceedings.
Again, let's make sure we
This is a
understand
basic
he's
tenet
in
of the
jail
law
solely because of his
that
political
you see
beliefs. He's
in the
paid
laws
solely
of
because
any,
his
of any
ethnicity
nation. Kenya
and
has an
solely because of
extradition
what he represents,
act
which is freedom.
to which
Freedom from
Mazi
oppression,
Nnamdi Kanu
genocide,
should have been
and
subjected.
freedom from
But guess
apartheid
what?
discrimination.
They didn't do that.
UN determination.
They rather disappeared him for 8 days, tortured
They
him
found
to their
direct-
heart's content.
Not obliquely,
And on 27th
not as a
June, they
recommendation,
secretly
but a direct
brought him out from
speaking
this
voice that the
location
UN seldom if ever takes.
and took him through
Almost
the
never
back
takes.
doors, evading Kenyan
There was a
immigration
violation
direct
of
to the
Nazi-
tarmac of Jomo
Nazi-
Kenyatta International
Nnamdi
Airport,
Kanu's
Nairobi,
human
where
rights
a private plane was
He was
waiting.
detained
They
arbitrarily
bundled him
without
into the plane,
law.
chained him to
He
the
was detained
chair,
without due process. He was
and
detained
everything.
without
He
the right
endured
to
5-6
choose
hours
his
flight
country.
from Nairobi
And he was
to
unlawfully
Kenya in the
kidnapped
most
and secreted to
excruciating
a secret location. He
circumstances.
just disappeared.
They arrived
It
Nigeria
was
late in
all
the
of
evening, and the
horrors that you can
plane
imagine that
flew
a
back
nation could do,
to
short
Nairobi.
of actually killing him, which would be
And they took
genocide.
him to the headquarters
All
of the
at once.
National Intelligence
Nnamdi
Agency in
Kanu was
Abuja,
languished in the darkness
where
of
he
the
spent the first
dark
night
night.
with all the lights left on to assure his
We
maximum
call for
discomfort.
someone,
The following day, they
anyone in
transferred
Congress
him
as a whole to stand up and
to
say
the
enough's enough,
headquarters of
free
Directives
Nnamdi
of
Kanu.
State Security
So when this message gets out to the
in
members of the
Abuja.
United
And on the
States,
third day,
I submit that
they
those
brought
that
him
want
before the
to
Federal High Court
strike a blow for
in Abuja.
freedom
The
and
Federal
also
High Court was
preserve
well
their name
aware
for posterity.
that Mazi Nnamdi
It's a really good
Kanu
start.
has
So I think
counsel
we have
of
reason
record.
for hope.
It was an
Without
open
hope,
case. It wasn't a new case. A
everyone gives
pre-existing case.
So I'm here to tell you there's hope.
But the Federal High Court decided to
Finally,
conduct the arraignment
the freedom
in violation of his
Mazi
constitutional
Nnamdi
right
Kanu
to
is of
counsel.
paramount importance.
And that
in beginning the
arraignment
process
led
of
to
remedying
the
the
indefinite
abuses and
detention
persecution
with
of
which we are
the
struggling
severe
today.
freedom.
Anyways,
Free Nnamdi,
taking
Mazi
you
Nnamdi
back
Kanu
a
is
few
call for
steps,
human rights and
the
obedience to the rule of
little
law and
military
good government
invasion of
that must be made
2017
from throughout the globe and heard
was not
in
unrequited,
50
judicially
million
speaking.
plus, 60
I
million
took the
plus
matter
people
before
worldwide
two
will cherish the day
tribunals, or a
of freedom,
tribunal
and the world
and
will
a court.
celebrate, much as
First,
it celebrated the release
I took you
of
to the
Nelson
African
Mandela.
Commission on Human and
And we can
People's
all be part
Rights,
of that.
which rendered a decision
Of course,
in March
Nigeria has spoken.
2018
The United
condemning
Nations
the
has
action and calling it a
Now is
violation
the
of the
time for the
African
American
Charter.
people
And they wrote a president to the president of Nigeria. They wrote a letter to the president of Nigeria requesting him or directing him. They used diplomatic language, but the decision was there that what you did is wrong. So you need to roll it back. You need to reverse everything you have done, which includes declaration of IPOB as a terrorist organization and hounding their members as criminals. The African Commission held that what Nigerian government was doing was persecution, not prosecution. That the IPOB and its members simply possess an inconvenient political opinion which the Nigerian government was seeking to suppress by means of punishment of some sort. And they asked or directed Nigerian government to reverse itself. Nigerian government never did, rather it escalated. Well, subsequently, I went to a local court, the High Court in Abia State in eastern Nigeria. I sued the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Nigerian Army, and other parties who were confederates in that attack of September 2017. And in January 2022,
only light can do that.
Fortunately for us, we won.
On behalf of
the High Court made an order. The High Court reached a judgment that what happened to Nnamdi Kanu in September 2017 was a flagrant violation of his constitutional right to life and constitutional right to his privacy.
And the senators
and the court proceeded to make an order
because injustice
ordering the federal government of Nigeria or Federal Republic of Nigeria to pay him a compensation of 1 billion Nigerian naira, which is over $1 million US. The court also ordered the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the President of Nigeria to issue a public apology to be published in 3 national Nigerian newspapers to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. None of this has happened.
From where you come. And this
so we kept that aside. So when they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu forcibly from Kenya without extradition proceedings,
because if we
I characterized it an act of extraordinary rendition. Initially, there was a misunderstanding, a broad, widespread misunderstanding by vast majorities of Nigerians who were mounting
Biafra Alpha Power Media International
extradited from Kenya. No, that was wrong. He wasn't. I told people he wasn't. He was extraordinarily rendition or rendered, and that is against international law, Kenyan law, and laws of the Federation of Nigeria. So while his criminal trial was making its way slowly at Abuja, with all the several amendments the government was bringing, they walked away from treasonable felony, insulting the president, importation of radio equipment, and bam, to terrorism. That's how it happened, and they did this 7 times, 7 amendments. If Nnamdi Kanu was guilty, why is it taking so long to bring him to trial between 2015 and today? That is 8 years. So what he's undergoing is not really a judicial trial. It's a trial by ordeal, trial by fire, imprisonment before conviction. They just want to get as many years of jail time out of him as possible, because they know that with the evidence available, conviction will be impossible. And that was made worse by the extraordinary rendition, which I took also as a federal violation to a federal high court in Nigeria. And in October 2022, the federal high court came down with a judgment that extraordinary rendition was a violation of his constitutional rights, his fundamental rights, and they awarded him 500 million Nigerian naira. That's about $800,000. So all around, everywhere that this matter has gone to, including in July 2022, before the Human Rights Council at the United Nations. The Human Rights Council, United Nations, came down with an opinion that what happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya and that brought him to Nigeria is a very grave violation of international law, and they directed that he should be released unconditionally. And of course, the Court of Appeal in Nigeria did come down with a similar judgment in same October 2022, discharging Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of all charges and bearing any further trial of his person in any court in Nigeria as a consequence, as a direct consequence of the extraordinary rendition. So what more can you ask for a man to deserve his freedom? How many have I counted? United Nations, which in this case should be considered a world court. Then you have the Nigerian Court of Appeal, which is the second highest court in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then you have the Federal High Court, which is the court of first instance at the federal level. And of course, you have the State High Court that awarded him $1 billion Nigerian naira. So between 2015 and today, 8 years and running, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has snagged 4 major victories against the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with Federal Republic of Nigeria winning nothing. What more do you need as stark evidence, affirmative evidence that what is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, is an act of persecution, not prosecution? It's time to end it. On his behalf,
and needed medical attention.
I will ask all men and women of goodwill everywhere in the world to speak up.
Medical attention.
There was this saying about Jews. When they came for the Jew, you said nothing. When they came for the Jew, you said nothing because you're a trade unionist. Then when they came for the trade unionists, you say, well, I'm a scientist. You said nothing.
And the rule of law.
They took the Jew, they took the trade unionist. And then when they came for the scientists, nobody spoke for you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a poster boy
both great and small,
for all the injustices that a great race, the Igbo people,
we believe,
and their cousins in the former eastern Nigeria have been subjected to since the founding of Nigeria. These injustices became more public because since 2015 they have been escalated. So how do you fight back? You fight back by telling the system, I want out. I want my own country. Is not a crime. It does not require a bullet. It doesn't require muscular military law enforcement. What it requires is sitting across the table and talking about it.
People are subjected to
a lot of nations have been founded on referendum. That's what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the General Spirit of Biafra were asking for, that led to all this conundrum, to all this saga.
Fundamentally violate.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you. I'm grateful that you gathered here today. You responded to the clarion call by the Nwankwo, Ben, and Evan, the ambassadors for self-determination, the sons and daughters of Biafra, and the friends of Biafra. For those of you amongst us who are not Biafrans, I thank you profusely, and I ask you
don't wait for tomorrow. You can do it today.
When you leave Washington Press Club today, I want you to speak up for Biafrans, speak against their persecution, speak up for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and may God bless you for that. Again, my name is Aloy Ejimako, Special Counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, speaking to you today, May 25th, 2023. Thank you very much.
I am pleased and honored.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Hello. I'm speaking to you today from a remote location.
To Nelson Mandela.
I am sorry
his charismatic
I'm not able
approach
to be
securing
amongst
freedom
you
for his people,
physically, but
advocating
I'm with
for
you
peace,
virtually.
and advocating for
Before I start,
self-determination. So Nnamdi
let me
Kanu is
observe
a leader
the basic protocols
of
by acknowledging the ambassadors for
and in that regard, as
self-determination,
I said, he is remarkably like
the coalition
Nelson Mandela.
of Biafran
Nnamdi Kanu
sons and
is
daughters,
our opportunity to
the
get it
friends
right.
of Biafra,
So if you have some hesitation
gathered here
about
today at the
supporting
Washington
Nnamdi Kanu,
Press Club,
because there's been some
Washington,
talk of
D.C.,
him
United
being terrorist
States.
and the IPOB being terrorist, that's
I'm
simply
highly
not
honored
true. But I'm here to
to be called upon to address you on the very important agenda of the day. But before I do that, let me thank the ambassadors for self-determination, the organizers of the event. My profound thanks to the two men behind this powerful organization, the two brothers. I call them the A-team, the Wankwo brothers, Ben and Evan. I thank you so much for bringing this event to fruition. Well, let me begin by saying this. Ben and Evans have been at the front line of propagating the cause for self-determination, defending human rights in Nigeria, and calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is the subject matter of this very event today. Of course, there are other subject matters, such as the right to self-determination and the persecution that is being levied against Christians in Nigeria.
Now, it's easy to say unlawful, and
in
I'm
this
a lawyer,
current
and I
era.
often say it. But in this case, we have
Ben
not
and Evans,
one,
I
not
thank
two,
you, and I
but
thank
three
all those
separate
who are
panels,
behind you, seen and unseen,
that have said
and your
his arrest,
professional
his
crew,
rendition, and his continued incarceration
and all that,
are
and
absolutely
so many other
illegal.
people
Not
that
because it's not a good
I
idea,
really
not
do
because
not
we
want
don't
to
like it,
mention
not
here.
because he's the leader of our people.
So
or
having said
people
that,
we favor, the
I
Nigerian
would not
courts applying Nigerian
burden
law
you
made
with
that determination
slogans
not
and, or
once,
sloganeering.
you have
I will not
two
tell you what
court
you know already.
judgments.
I'll
It's
tell
so
you what you don't
obvious
know.
that said
Or what you know, but you don't know
must
all of
be
it.
released immediately. He must be
Well, last
returned
week,
to his
I
place
met
of
with Mazi
citizenship,
Nnamdi
which is
Kanu
Britain,
at the
and he must be paid
headquarters
$1 billion
of the Directorate of State Security in Abuja, Nigeria. And I did inform him of this event coming up. And he was very happy.
Human rights violations,
and he asked me
and
to
they
ensure
demand
that I
the immediate
speak
release. So Mazi
and do a
Nnamdi
video
Kanu represents,
to be played to the participants
just as Nelson Mandela
in this
represented
event.
his people.
So today I'm
Mazi
wearing
Nnamdi
two
Kanu
hats.
represents
I'm
over
speaking on behalf of
50%
Nnamdi
more
Kanu.
people.
I'm also
42
speaking
million as
on my
opposed
own
to
behalf.
28 million.
My name
So
is
how
Aloy
can you
Ejimako.
not
I'm the special counsel
move
to
mountains,
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the
do
indigenous people of
everything in our
Biafra.
power possible as
And
human
I'm speaking
beings
to you from a
to
location
free
in Nigeria.
Nnamdi Kanu. It's
The man,
fundamental,
Mazi Nnamdi
basic
Kanu, is well
Nigerian
known.
law.
He's everywhere. He's on
That
Wikipedia.
has been disregarded.
He's an internationally
Because Nigerian
acclaimed
law
freedom
has
fighter.
been utilized by the
But there's
courts
just a few
twice
things I need to tell
say
you about.
Fellow comrade and lovers of freedom. My name's Mazi IKECHUKWU Umeh. I reside here in the United Kingdom. And it's 5 minutes on top of the hour, 8 p.m. here in the United Kingdom, presumably the same time in Biafra land. And today is the 13 days, year of our Lord, May 2023. And we are reaching you live from United Kingdom. And as I welcome you, I'll indulge you to welcome others. Tonight, on the critical analysis on Biafra Alpha Power Media International, this is a very, very significant time in our lifetime on this struggle, on this restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the earth, propelled by the only one and the only spirit leaders of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, my supreme leader, once again this evening. Good evening. Today, I'm going to go through my monologue in a very short version. There's a lot to talk about today. And as you all know, what transpired in the Zoo Supreme Court on Thursday, which is on the 11th, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm getting the date accurately, it's not clear what actually transpired. Because of this program, I'm going to play the interview of the leading counsel, and then all of us can, listen to it again and try to see if we can make any sense of it. Because I don't know, and because what exactly transpired and what was it that they filed, and the zoo government meant to file theirs. So it's like a kind of convolution, I could put it that way. It wasn't clear. And that's why you could see what I've just put up here. By stage 4 is not being sincere. Even a dumber, someone that cannot see, unless you're playing dumb to yourself, will see that. I said it over time that as long as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is held uncommunicado in DSS dungeon, in particular, the Age 4 will blossom. And all the cabal within will be enriching themselves because now IPOB have become the source of their livelihood. Because when they meddle into IPOB finance and now start cashing out on every sector in IPOB, tells you all you need to know. So, and tomorrow, as well, Aba Massacre is there in our heart as we now prepare for 30th of May, the heroine and heroines remembrance for Biafrans, those that have laid their life from since 1945 to death. The most recent one is the onslaught in Aba. That those that claim that they are the leadership has turned a blind eye on those they have asked out to go and protest for no just cause. All of them, Akwara Omende, will always be the center of attraction, as he is the Abia State coordinator representing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You have said it over time that every country coordinators represent him as IPOB hierarchical requires. So Akwara Omende was murdered in cold blood with other 50 men with him. It was not recognized by anybody. China Sanwo came on Radio Biafra, denied them. But the evidence about young lady they sent that was screaming, this is Abia State ESN command in collaboration with IPOB. We have all those videos. And it's a write-up he wrote that it was the dame they asked them to do. Chike Doziem can come out and tell Biafrans that he never placed any call across Akwara Omende and requested that that protest shall be peaceful. What was reason for it? Because they have planned to kill Akwara Omende, specifically China Sanwo, because of the evil they have done. The manhunt they have prepared to do, and they have using it, judiciously towards those so-called media worm. And tonight I'm going to dive into those, the criteria of using people to blackmail, because over time, when people say they're a media warrior in IPOB, my question to you is, who gave you that position and what makes you think you are a media warrior? I said over time, when IPOB, since we on social media, every IPOB member that have a smartphone is a media warrior, and you know what to do when we need to go after our enemy. The media warrior you heard this guy is talking about is a media warrior within to shut every voice that will go against the cabal, and people like us have said no to it. Biafra Alpha Power Media is here to scrutinize every inch of the way, regardless who might be involved in it. definitely will discuss on this platform without any apology. There shall be a lone voice without any equivocation. When our leader came out, not oftentimes so many people want to listen to Nnamdi because he was raw. He was a wrong voice. As we are here today, we're standing on that gap as Radio Biafra has been bastardized. So over time, he had them talk about media world and asked them, who are these individuals? These are wretched individuals living in sub-Saharan Africa. Some of them that live in Europe, they don't know their whereabouts. They have got nothing to offer. None of these individuals have served in any capacity in IPOB to tell you. Let me explain things to you. Before you apply for any job, first thing they ask you is your experience of that job. Before you come out on social media to talk about a principal servant of indigenous people of Biafra that is in our oath that you shall not go against anybody working assiduously to restore Biafra. Now your mantra is to go after your own fellow comrades, to disseminate them because you don't like them. This is not what we are fighting for. This is not why our people have laid down their lives from 20. Listen, as IPOB started from 2016, men were laying down their life because they know that we're going to die in a street of our, they died in a Amwambala, which is Headbridge on each other. People were more than all. I will remind you that high schooler, but these are invent. And there's a particular two individual in Anambra. One, the guy they pour acid, and one of our brother, the one they shot in his leg. The guy is in India now. I have direct access to this individual. These are men on the front line. Don't forget that. We contributed immensely without asking questions. From 2015, 16, 17, 18, contribution was something that was solemnly natural in what we are doing because men have laid their life for us to be talking about Biafra today. So for anybody telling you that they're going to ignore about men that they murdered in Aba in Cobra, talking about 30th of May. 30th of May for them is a jamboree where they gather themselves together and contribute money and cook rice and drink, whereas our people are languishing back in Biafra land. That is not of the Remembrance Day we want to have. In United Kingdom here, I want to announce to you tonight, I will put the flyer up on this screen as I go forward, that UK family under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi shall be holding our moments of silence to remember our heroes, specifically those that died on 31st of March 2023, that was died under the duplicity of Chike Doziem and his henchman China Sanworu. They murdered our people in cold blood, and they felt no remorse of it. And we say no to that. So subsequently, I'm definitely going to play the Aba massacre. And that's something I want to say here tonight, because I'm going to talk about a lot of things. You see, these people, I want to put up on something on the screen. Tonight, we are going into the surgical analysis of the damage caused by the Cabal within DOS through their media worms. And tonight I'm going to borrow the word of Master Prophet, which he said, these are a bunch of lunatic and non-entity have got no left and right. Somebody will call you on phone for you to go and attack somebody that did nothing to you, to blackmail someone that did nothing to you. Exemplar, because we say when we come here, we come with evidence. We don't come here to come and talk. That's what I told them. Is speak and forget about it. Our job is to scrutinize whatever you have said in the past and bring it to the light. What they did it in UK here, where Mazi found out the fraud they committed in company house. One morning, all of them ganged up. And there's somebody that I thought the guy has something rudimentary to offer. None of these individuals from A to Z. I'm sorry to tell you. As our SAG brought me in the middle of this, all these monsters. For a couple of weeks, when we came out, nobody asked me to come out, and you cannot ask me to go and attack somebody. We sat down and found out something was going wrong. And when we found out that what you guys are doing was not what you're supposed to do, then we said no to it. That blessed morning, you guys went off for SAG. The propaganda was SAG was one withholding IPOB letter, United Kingdom. That's why Company House was written letter. What an irony. Couple months later, and I came that day, I was only one man standing, told you guys, I told the idiot that lives in South Africa, you are perpetrating falsehood against Mazi. And I mentioned Darlington Imo. Couple months later, they had a disagreement with him. The same China Samuel came on Radio Biafra to tell you that it was Darlington Imo. What does that tell you? How are you going to apologize to a man you have damaged without knowing what you are doing? That is why I told you guys from day one that every single one of you that have knowingly or unknowingly maligned the family of Kanu family, because that family have given what you will never in a million years. None of us are standing here today can be in the position of Onyendu without cutting deal. His two parents dead, and you guys, we are now making caricature of Kanu family and discussing about their private life. And today somebody is somewhere shouting that he's swearing with his life about some idiot that died. Nobody knows who he is. Somebody they contracted to come and malign people. That idiot has gone around calling people, extracting information. So many people have died in the course of that idiot that have just passed away. I'm going to talk about him. I'm going to put this picture here. Tonight, I have never get into the idiocy of this man that contracting people have never worked in any capacity in IPOB to destroy IPOB. Tonight is going to be your night, so-called I want to lay some things to bear tonight, because over time we think things will wash. It doesn't wash when we are, because we have our facts right when we want to dive into anything we did. So firstly, I am going to play the voice, the interview of the lead counsel, Excellency, what happened in Supreme Court on Thursday. And I want you to hear what he was saying and watch the body language of Ejio for himself. There's another video, because those videos was not clear, so I need to fish out to actually to hear what he's saying, what actually transpired. And now this case has moved to another till September. Our leader will still now is 2 years plus. And I'm asking you tonight, media warrior, for 21 months, now we are May, June, next month is going to be 2 years, 24 months, Onyendu was rendition. What have you lunatics achieved other than to destroy IPOB within? You guys created some distraction, some alibi that some people were bought into. And today, some people will blaming those people that fell on the west side. Why wouldn't they fell on the west side? Do we have anything better to offer to them? They are disgruntled. He created the atmosphere of autopilot, because autopilot means that you don't take control, you don't take command from the highest command of IPOB. And it's evidently. So how do you think people will react and do what he asked them to do? The answer is no, it's not going to happen. So that autopilot, that is one thing I'm going to show tonight as well, because the guiding principle that Madam Oyibo brought, Ejiofor enacted it and asked Madam Oyibo to put it in writing. CC, Chikedoziem, and including the so-called lobby team in America, and commanded him to come on Radio Biafra and announce Umeh account. So many of you have forgotten about that. Our finance is fundamental, because that's heart of IPOB. And that's how, and they went into that particular place. Onyendu say, I want our men to keep clear. Every single thing Mazi and Kanu demanded from you guys have flouted it openly. And how then do you think that the zoo holding our leader will be reacting based on those that he has given the mantle to, to look after him when he was aware? Because in theory, everybody thinks that, oh, these people have betrayed this man. Oh, he's standing on alone. But I got bad news for you, because Mazi and Kanu can cut a deal anytime he wants. But guess what? He wouldn't do it, because he wasn't here because he wanted to please you or me, neither because he's on a mission. So I'm going to take it one after another. I want to share that video, and I'm going to say something about it. Then I will take it from there.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, today's proceedings border essentially on the main appeal, which we believe was ripe for hearing. When this case came up on the 27th of April, Thursday, 27th of April, the Supreme Court ordered the federal government to file their brief of argument as appellant within 6 days. They had asked for 5 days, but the Supreme Court was gracious enough to give them 6 days. They did not file that brief until Tuesday. Even when they filed it on Tuesday, I discovered that the brief was 53 pages, more than the threshold of the 40 pages allowed by the Supreme Court. I'm not the kind of lawyer to embarrass opponents. So I told the Supreme Court, I told Ghazali SAN from the Federal Ministry of Justice and his junior, I called them and then also wrote to them that the practice and convention at the Supreme Court is that a brief should not exceed 40 pages. So they had to file another one on Wednesday, which they served us late on Thursday. We had only the weekend to prepare our own respondents brief, which we duly filed on Tuesday in the morning and served them. So from all intents and purposes, the appeal was ripe for hearing. But today, the federal government came and said they wanted to file a reply brief. I told their counsel, you can even, these points of law you are showing me which you want to file formally, you can stand up and say them orally, verbally, and we will not oppose. In any event, you are saying we raised a preliminary objection in our brief. It was raised in our brief, not as a separate document. But I believe that their own intention was to stall the proceedings, because he said he had the instruction of the Attorney General that he must reply to it. I said, no one is saying you should not reply. But it doesn't have to be in a written form. You can reply orally.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, today's proceedings border essentially on the main appeal, which we believe was ripe for hearing. When this case came up on the 27th of April, Thursday, 27th of April, the Supreme Court ordered the federal government to file their brief of argument as appellant within 6 days. Today's proceedings
to be honest with you, I am not making any sense on whatever he was saying. He's saying that when the case come up on 27th of April, that the federal government asked them to file a response or whatever to appellate court. But my question is this, because it's making me, it's irritating me, to be fair. These individuals, we are paying them. And as you can see, if you hear clearly on the background, I think Ejiofor was whispering on his ear. And there's nothing anymore we want to know and file, but all this argument based that whatever they filed was late, but all this whole thing is unprofessional to me. You know, there was one time Ejiofor and the other barristers was locked out of court in the zoo. It was misconduct. And for that, they joined Onyendu's case without even them knowing. I'm just trying to let you know the lapses that have gone through this guy. Like I said, Ejiofor was the event that brought him 2016, when Obeta was actually behaving exactly the way Ejiofor is behaving. Ejiofor is more dangerous than Obeta, because Obeta did not see the light of the day. Obeta was Uchemofa. I think he was his classmate. Some of them wanted to eat Uchemofa alive that he recommended Obeta, but probably Obeta could have even better off than him, because he was a politician and he was pushing that agenda openly. Ejiofor was nobody, was a property lawyer in Abuja, and opportunity come through. And today now he's become the kingpin and the one now undermining whatever that have to get Onyendo out of DSS dungeon. After this jamboree they did, in theory, there's another video that I had that Ejiofor was talking to Ejimako, and Ejimako went to see Onyendo. In theory, after this particular jamboree, all of them should have went straight to see our leader to have a discussion. But they didn't do it. But guess what? Now, the write-up I put up here is a write-up from Prince Kanu Umeh, because one thing I have learned over years on this struggle is that I always connect with our leader in spirit. You see, he said something here that struck me. He said, just met the IPOB leader Mazi Nnamdi at the usual place, DSS Dungeon, Abuja today. When I intimidated him to the Supreme Court proceedings today, he laughed off his head. Do you hear that? He laughed off his head. Onyendo laughed off his head, because Onyendo know where they are coming from. There's another video that I don't want to play it. Ejimako was talking to Ejiofor in a way, going there to calm our leader down because of their, unprofessionalism they have demonstrated, the duplicity and complacency they have shown over time in what they're doing. And he knows that he is being held for civil reasons and not criminal reasons. He therefore charged every reasonable lawyer in Nigeria to rise up and challenge the wrath and vice, prevalent in the justice system in Nigeria. He made it clear today he is the victim. Tomorrow it might be you or anyone close to you. I am here to defend humanity. Surely that freedom must freedom must come. I'm not moved or shaken by any reason. That's why I love you, sir. All my prophecy must come to pass. I love you, sir. He said. He assured all IKECHUKWU to stand tall and unwavering to see the end. And very few of us can be in this position, because Onyendo said that only 100 men and women with clean hearts that IKECHUKWU will give us Biafra. All I want to know today is Umeh, which was recommended by Ejiofor as the lead counsel. How life is that anytime somebody recommended you for a job, there is a particular soft touch, soft point you have for that person. We are not stupid here. So I'm not gonna mention Umeh's name, but everything that bothered in this issue is bothered on Ejiofor. Because if you listen on the background of this video, which I have took out of the studio, he was talking on the background. The day they fired that rubbish they're talking about and what has transpired. So my happiness is that our leader knows everything that is happening. That is only my joy. I don't care what anybody thinks. My joy is about Onyendu position in what we are doing. As long as Mazi Nnamdi does not disappoint us, George Umeh does not move by anything. We had this those that know me, 2015, we were underdog. I almost killed somebody in Tottenham High Road in London. Later, that individual become my best friend, because then nobody knows Onyendu or IPOB. People say he's not going to come out alive. People like us believed in him. And as I'm telling you tonight again, Mazi Nnamdi, our supreme leader, will he will triumph above everything, because if this day didn't come, what if we have moved forward to do things that, thinking that we are together, what could have happened? But IKECHUKWU knows, that's why he's sitting in DSS dungeon, estraying what is happening today, because to restore Biafra, Onyendo says a 30 years project. So how many years are we now? We are on a 10 years mark. Onyendo said it's 30 years. As he said here, that all his prophecy must come to pass. Even Israel, it takes Israel over 22 years, 2 decades for someone to come out openly to pronounce Jerusalem that we have in the Bible as the capital of Israel. Like at the beginning of this program, the prayer there that Israel suffered the same thing Biafra is suffering today. But today, Israel is the light in the midst of darkness. In the whole Middle East, Israel is the only place that is blossom. Technology-wise and everything you can think of, they're on top of it. So, Meme, and I have to thank you for you to lay this thing to bear to Biafrans. And I will indulge you to make sure that you continue giving us a very organic message from Onyendu. Regardless what anybody might think, it is your duty. I'm talking to Prince Kanu Meme, that we require your write-up anytime you go and see our leader, because it's very, very pivotal to all of us that believes in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All those people coming to Radio Biafra to threaten, they're threatening what? Nothing. And I'm going to upload Ejimako's tweet and as well the tweet of Ejiofor, because for clarity's sake, I just want to show you something here. This is a tweet of Ejimako. Ejimako is a special counsel to Onyendu, an IPOB at large. But what I want to talk about here is about positioning yourself and what we do as a professional. If you're Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lawyer, I said it before openly to Ejiofor, do not allow sentiment to overcloud your intelligence. I'm going to prove his write-up in the morning before this Supreme Court. The kind of write-up he writes up. Every time he go to see Onyendu, if he go to his Facebook wall now, there's nothing changes. It's copy and paste. Apparently, it doesn't add up to me. Now, this man, our special counsel, always comes in concisive and make a valid point in every single tweet he has ever tweeted concerning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB at large. All these things are here. I just bring it. And now you could see what happened in the United Kingdom, because I remember China Sanwo-Olu come on Radio Biafra mocking the judgment. He wrote it on his Facebook. This man, he was giving them name. The same idiot came on Radio Biafra talking about Bruce Fame, that he was paying $50,000 anytime he come to the zoo. But when the United Nations Human Rights Group announced about Onyendu, all of them was jumping up. They didn't know how that came about. But he was there lambasting on that, because anything they couldn't get their way in, they will go against it. He said it with his mouth. They will descend on you with their media worms, this individual, this hungry, wretched individual across the world, because sub-Saharan Africa, there's so many people that are stuck somewhere, they do nothing. If you can afford to give them data, then so be it. Like this guy that just passed away now, nobody knows who this guy is, which I'm going to talk about this night. So, you can never see Ejiofor write something meaningful concerning IPOB. Is always writing sentimental word that can a gullible people that docile will always be clicking likes. But now the issue is a breaking news. I'm gonna go with the UK Court of Appeal to hear Mazi Nnamdi Kanu extraordinary rendition appeal. In an initial order, the court ruled that the grounds of appeal raise important issue. The appeal will be heard on 22 of June 2023. Kudos to Kanu's family and my colleague, the Beansman. Now, none of them understand how all these things work. He asked them, what are they doing? Because the fundamental UK, and again, this is where everything borders on in United Kingdom here. So at the end of the day, this is a win-win situation for IPOB in the Kanu's family, as may you want to put it. But my point I'm making here is those that were supposed to be defending, and now the legal team we have, their complicity and what they do is what bothers us. So, okay, so I'm going to move forward because I wasted a lot of time on this issue. And still, Ejimako are constantly tweeting, you know, I just visited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at DSS dungeon, expecting the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu express his profound displeasure and sadness over the adjournment of the Supreme Court appeal to 14th September, which is a dark day in Biafra land, Operation Python Dams. Everybody knows that. He was outraged that may now take over 2 years to unveil him. The justice is deserved. So it's still continuing. Nnamdi will say what he have to say. And that was they send him to go there. Now, what I want to say here is this. And another thing again, he tweeted again, this Nadeko joined the bandwagon, joined the boggling bandwagon for the release of Mazi and Kanu. I thank my good friends, Dr. Lloyd Oka and his entire team at Nadeko North America for the unalloyed solidarity with Nnamdi. Now, I want to say something here because over time, I like to be very prompt on what I'm saying. I don't just go about saying things. Now, Ejiofor is the person that actually in the zoo lead counsel. I just want to show you what he wrote in the morning. This is his Facebook, and that was the only thing he wrote. This is his Facebook. Listen, this is what he wrote. This is a lawyer. It is the D-Day. May his grace spoke loud in the days, outing so that in the end his name, but no other name shall take the glory. May IKECHUKWU take perfect control of the affairs of the day. He said, thank you. All these things are sarcastic words. There's no conviction there. Already he knew what was going to happen. They know they're messed up already. But all these things, all you see there, click like, click like, click like. He verifies his account on the IPOB. I don't know if his Facebook is paying him as well. Right? Now, what is this junk got to do with you be prompt on your profession? All this sentimental word, we don't need, if we want God to release Nnamdi, why would we have you as a lawyer? If we need all this sentimental garbage, what do we need you for? We don't need you. But why I'm putting all these things up here is because it's heartbreaking on the games they're playing around. Now, I want to talk something here before I talk about finance. Some of you have forgotten, but last week I came here. I lay you to bear what transpired in America. Maybe some of you have forgotten what happened in our first ESN account, the money they embezzled, and we lay it bet here, tell you what happened. And some of you might not understand the numbers and what actually happened because Nnamdi said if you want to hide something from a black man, you put it in writing. People are lazy, they don't want to read, they don't want to do fuck all. They blame people on their own ignorance. Now, this is a pay attention to the fraud committed against IPOB and her leadership. That is what, the arrow pointing there to signify what it is. Now, this particular guiding principle was something that written by Rita Eze. Rita Eze that wrote this junk. And in the audio that I played that is available to everybody, he confirmed that Ejiofor was the person that actually authorized this. Up to now, I don't know if some of you have actually gone through this particular thing and understand what he has done, the damage he has done within IPOB, because everything that's said in this particular guiding principle is what Chikerism is operating with today. I don't know if some of you understood what this guiding principle entails. Now, I'm going to read it one more time before I talk about finance, and I'm going to play Nnamdi's voice concerning fundraising tonight, just to buttress on what I'm talking about here. Because it's very, very pivotal and important that we understand the actors within what the damage they have done, and they know what they're doing. A lot of people today are scrambling. They don't have anything coming out because they think they have accomplished their mission. Now, this whole junk here, which is not junk, is reality of what Chikerism is operating with there, as he is the leader of the Biafra community. But the guidance principle, which CC, the BWGG, which is Allen Group, which is the former lobbying group in America, and Chike Doziem, the head of Directorate of State, and Lita Eze himself, authorized representative now. The power is in Lita Eze. Chike Doziem accepted that Lita Eze taking over Onyendu's, as Onyendu have given her the power of attorney, which was never happened on anywhere, any shape or form. But this garbage was concocted, and they abide to it, and that is this is the agendas they used to destroy IPOB within. I will read it one more time for you tonight to remind you. Some of you are contributing money left, right, and center, thinking you're not contributing to IPOB. It is not IPOB. IPOB has a structure. That is why every penny that we own, there's accountability towards it through the appropriate quarter, which is through anything Madam Nenianya said stands when it comes to our finance. There is no if but. Onyendu have reiterated over time. And I will play a particular video tonight, specifically on fundraising. But I will quickly read this. Now, he said the following principle will guide the activities of IPOB. Further notice, as directed by my client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Supreme Leader of Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB in brackets. Now, A, all ESN contribution, donation, fundraising, monthly maintenance, including but not limited to ESN. Money in the Italy account from IPOB worldwide goes into the U.S. national account under U.S. Finance Department. He asks again. Remember, I want you to underline this word. Chike doesn't have where he goes after the Italian account. Question that the money, because those that are in charge of the account saying that when they are limiting money, that the money should go to the people, that was a welfare account. But remember, every damn freaking thing this individual have done, you guys don't know. Anytime I come on this program, I shall read this guardian principle to remind some of you that have condensed brain. Your frontal lobe does not function. This is the guardian principle that Rita Eze, AGO4, Ifeanyi AGO4 was the person that approved this, concocted this thing and gave that woman falsified this in America. Chike is operating under it. Now, they have went into Italian account. That is why Ogro sent them to Abyss. Yeah? It's written here. This is somebody saying this. Nothing. We have only one central command in everything we do when it comes to finance. In every aspect of IPOB is one central command. Onyendu is the highest command. It can't go beyond our leader. And Onyendu assign you a specific duty. That duty, you must not abuse it. You must not leave your position and jump into another person's position. That is why we are disciplined. Now, I will reiterate again. He said, all ESN contribution, very, very important, donation, fundraising, monthly maintenance, including but not limited to ESN money in the Italian. Not limited to ESN money in Italian account. Whereas the money that is in the account, they have cheered 747,000. They didn't give account what they did with money. But after the money in Italy, an IPOB worldwide account goes into U.S. national account under U.S. finance. Finance is headed by Madam Nenianya. So why would Madam Nenianya is not accessing the account he have and he want our money to go into that account? Because the issue between that Onyendu requested that money move into LLC because Madam Anya will be giving login in the morning, in the evening they will log her out. Now, appoint by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is the IPOB Worldwide ESN Central account. That account was the first account for ESN, which is worldwide. Agreed. But the money was there. What did you do with the money? Now, further notice, every contribution, including but not limited to ESN fund from North American Continental, goes directly into the same account managed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appointed finance officer until further notice. Who are the IPOB appointed financial officer Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appointed? We have a head of finance. Whatever you do in finance must be approved by Madam Anya. There's no if but about it. That is how the structure has been. Even when Uchemofo was there as a deputy, he never meddled into our finance. So this woman wrote all this junk, Chikedozium endorsed it. Now they come down and said the US 4th region will be supervised by Mazi, the IPOB Central Regional Coordinator, to ensure that all regional coordinators are in compliance till further notice. C, IPOB Head of Finance shall limit her contact to National Finance Department of each country. So, Head of Finance, listen carefully, because people don't know what they have done to this woman, Madam Nenyanya. Now, Riteze, on this particular guiding principle, is ordering Madam Nenyanya. He said IPO in C. He said IPOB Head of Finance should limited her contact. Now, she limited her contact to the National Financial Department of each country. So, Madam Anya has got no boundary. Now, she cannot contact any other person except the National Financial Secretary, which ideally, that is how it happens in every country, including Chikedozium. Yeah, but the case is reversed. They were not doing it, and they know all these facts because they know what they were doing. Because then they will now oppress people and now implement what they want without Madam Anya being aware of it. But Madam Anya can come and call meeting within any country because she has that power. She oversees everything, which she done numerous times in the UK. It doesn't stop on the national level. No, she can go ahead. She can go beyond that. But they want to stop her because they have an agenda. That's why all this problem came in. Before Aban now propelling himself, doing all these things, all the things Aban is doing, that is exactly what they are written in this. I want to open your eyes tonight to see what has happened in IPOB, the damage we are in today. This is the guiding principle that are written by Jofo, handed to Rita Eze that live in America, enacted by Chikedozium. These are a bunch of lunatic and criminals. Now, and must not have any direct contact with any IPOB state, zonal, and unit financial officers of any country. Yeah, because you have an agenda. If she doesn't have it, then how does she know if you guys are doing something wrong? Are you now telling me you are above Madam Nenyanya or what? So now, and it goes to say here as well, on the second page, on this same guiding principle, he said on D, account, statement, spreadsheet, donors list, or any IPOB document must be given to the asset and funds recovering officer. Ask yourself, who was propelling themselves as the IPOB asset and funds recovering officer? That was Nelly Ofebu. IPOB, give me your brain. Nelly Ofebu, this is what gave them all these things you've been hearing in IPOB. You know, people don't know. I say our people got problem. Today, I just want to highlight this. Very, very important. This Nelly Ofebu was involved in this particular document. When demanded, or else that account will be audited, closed, if there is any misappropriate of IPOB fund. But the 747,000 that was what account, they closed the account, made away with all the money. They have never talked about it and opened Umeh account. It was after this guiding principle now that Chikedozium now, they went and opened Umeh account. Chikedozium was playing game when they wanted it because it's in audio. You can go in our Biafra Alpha Power Media and UK. The audio is there, which we normally replay live on this platform when all this thing was said verbally. Now, he said every fundraising activities must be approved by the IPOB and audit department until further notice. Now, this is where all this started. Madam Nenyanya has been sidelined. These people now propelling themselves at the IPOB finance and auditing. Now, Madam Eze and Madam Oyibo and Nelly Ofebu, these are the two women on this particular guidance principle, which tomorrow morning Chikedozium is still operating on this guidance principle. F, Rita Eze, EC, is a deemed and authorized representative and has the authority to manage all finance operation, sign executive documents and contracts in IPOBs in the name of IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without any further authorization by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you understand what that means? I don't know if somebody is actually reading or understanding the word. Let me read it again. On F, Rita O Eze Isi is deemed an authorized representative and has the authority to manage all finance operation, sign executive document and contract in the name of IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without any further authorization from Mazi. So what it means that is why today they don't listen to Onyendu. Do you see where Chikedozium now flaunting Onyendu's all that came from? They don't require Mazi Nnamdi Kanu approval to do anything. It is in black and white. I don't know if some of you understand the enormity of this particular guiding principle. If you sit down tonight and ponder on how we get to where we are today, this is all what has happened. This is where all these monsters drive their vision. It was written in black and white. And it goes further to say, also, all documents, drafts, or final must be sent to BWGG, which is the former, I don't know if they're still, I don't know, the lobby. I don't know if Bruce Femi is there, but Bruce Femi is, because it was in the link. There's no proper website. Via email for them. So all this junk at the end of the day, BB emails and all that, this order is in effect until further notice. So Onyendu, don't talk about Onyendu. Then from sign, this thing has got nothing to do with Onyendu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the Indigenous people of Biafra, Rita Eze Isi, authorized representative. I just take my time to read this back again because I wanted you guys to actually understand the mess we are in. Because at the end of the day, some of you don't understand or don't appreciate the level of depredation that we are in. But what has happened is an eyesore. Everything that happened was written in black and white. Now, I'm going to play Onyendu's voice specifically. I don't want to override it. Specifically on fundraising. As the videos Onyendu have said it, any account Madam cannot see. That account he did not trust. And when a man called you on phone, you must speak, and that means you have an issue. Listen to our leader.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And anybody from today, if we find you in the diaspora aiding or abetting any sector or any group on the ground back home, you will also be in trouble. Because only one source of fundraising is allowed. We are under one command, not multiple commands, only one. If you want to help ESN, contact our sister. Contact the people that will release their telephone numbers. Not every idiot coming out to fundraise for us. We don't want you to. We didn't get to where we are today by fundraising like people who have no direction or sense of purpose. We are IPOB, we do things differently. We must learn, as the Ekumeku taught us. It was Ekumeku that fought the British. Ekumeku, mostly in Ahaba. Today they call it Asaba. Some of the idiots that say, oh, well, we are Nyama Igbo, all those fools. Ekumeku was formed by people from Arojuku, 7 sons from Arojuku, from Izuog, mostly. Then went to Anioma when Arojuku fell to go and fight the British. Do you understand that very clearly? Ekumeku was so secretive that the British became frightened. That is the essence and purpose of ESN. We must go back to it. Secrecy is key. Mind you that careless talk cost a lot of lives. You must understand this very, very clearly. You must understand this very, very clearly. Our people need, a black person needs to be able to reason. Sit down and you will be able to reason to understand. If you see ESN at work, keep your mouth shut, make sure no. Shut up your mouth and don't say anything. It is for a reason. Their own shit can go and see their bandits who are rapists and
Biafra Alpha Power Media.
This is the voice of the highest command, the supreme leader of nations people of Biafra. Only no one. Did you see? You had his words there, specifically when it comes to ESN. That is why when China Sanwo-Olu started coming to Radio Biafra to portray that he has any connection with ESN, I warned. You don't talk unguardedly. And I will tell you one thing about guerrilla warfare. If you have, as told them, the recent time in sub-Saharan Africa I have gone into rebel war is Sierra Leone and Liberia. Because every man with 5 men with AK-47 with 1 RPG is a commander. That's a small arm. And that is what we don't want in Biafra land. And that is what they have instituted by single disobedience of our leader. But I told them that every single one of them are going to pay dearly for their own complicity, because there is no way he cannot run away from it. It is a matter of time. The evidence is overwhelming. Only one here that fundraising must be from one central command. But guess what? You see that guidance principle, remember, including Simon Ekpa, then they were all together. They vigorously campaigned and attacked Madam Nenyanya because Madam Nenyanya was only to stand against them. And as long as they did that, when they now start getting money now, convince some people fell on the west side, now they start getting money, they start now shaping up themselves. Courtesy of who? Who gave all these rooms to happen? When Onyendu was here, is any of this happening? The answer is no. So if IPOB is in this area today, who do you hold responsible? Chikedozium. And Chikedozium did it easily because this was what agreed. Is on the black and white I just showed you now. So our leader has won, and I just want you to know that tonight I had a little bit of a network issue or system issue, but there's something significant I want to talk about tonight. Very, very, very important. You know, the issue of the media worms, and I just want to flash this particular thing. This is our banner here in United Kingdom. For those that reside in UK, we are going to have our 30th of May on Zoom, you know, because of the way things are at this point in time. We shall remember those that have died. So any single one of you that is in UK here wishing to join us, you are welcome. We have to remember those that have paid the ultimate price, most especially those that were murdered in cold blood on the 31st of March 2023. Now, and today's flyer for this, sorry, this is not what I want to show because I'm going to come to this guy. Today's flyer is very, very important. Like I said, tonight, all these Cabal media worms, I just want to do some critical, you know, surgically critical analysis on them tonight because of what the damage they have caused in IPOB over time. Because none of these individuals have ever come out to fight. We have fought CNN, fought BBC, fought Mike Zuckerberg himself in his platform. We've done all these things without anybody coming claiming that I am media warrior. The media warrior they contracted are those that they're using to blackmail and shut people off. So I will start by tonight by playing their voices. And as I go forward, I'm going to take another 30 minutes or so, more than that. And so be it, because I'm not going to do this program twice. Now, I'm going to start with the voice of Kanu. I think he appeared in one time in one broadcast, this guy that's in South Africa smoking meth, where he agreed about this media, recharge card media warrior. And that's where I'm going, because I'm going to take it one at a time. Because what we do here is that we surgically, everything we do, we give evidence for it. So firstly, let's listen to that voice.
And then and I would like you to send this.
Now, this particular voice here is actually concerning the finance, where this guy was threatening Kanu and Madam Nenyanya concerning the account in Germany, because he consigned the finance. And they keep on flip-flapping. There's something, I need this particular tape to play so I can say something about it, about his threat that he made. The document he said he had today is nowhere to be found, but today is asking question now. Now it's done on him that the people that he's hoping, because the problem is in our oath. He must not go against those working assiduously. If this guy has ever served in any arm of IPOB, from the grassroots, understand how IPOB functions, or have walked across this individual without trying to find himself where he is today, you just want to make ends meet. He shouldn't be allowed somebody to instigate you to attack somebody that you know little, nothing about them. It is hearsay what they told you. I'm talking about Chike Doziem, Austin Albana. All this individual I'm talking about, I have evidence to prove that whatever I'm saying against them is fact. Irrefutable. If they say it's lie, let them come out. Then I will send them to abyss. They will never, as they have gone into thin air, then it will be worst. I want this particular voice to play because this guy was threatening when this account was shut in Germany. So I just done with finance, but I need this to play before I continue.
Warning to bottom.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And the Nanyanya. And I would like you to send this warning to both of them. Now, great and wonderful people of Biafra, I will not waste your time, like I said. But I want to warn Kanunta and Nanyanya. Currently, after the fraudulent act of Nanyanya, after the fraudulent move of Nanyanya, after what I called, stealing and belling the evidence of Nanyanya, as you all know, Nanyanya closed the account that belongs to indigenous people of Biafra because of a lot of fraud. Nanyanya and the Kinsley, Ezebilo, aka Kanunta, have committed. In fact, to be honest with you, I have every evidence that if these people misbehave further, I will unreach all the documents and Biafrans will see what's going on. Believe you me, Nanyanya current.
Yes, it's very, very important that I let you have this particular point. That he said he has every document he was going to unleash. But there's another video. I'm not going to waste my time on this clown. But what I have read to you tonight, which is the guiding principle that was written by Barrister Joffo, given to Riteze, for them to falsify in America, that is what gave by to them to embezzle 747,000. This clown, can somebody remind this idiot to get those documents that he was claiming that he had as an evidence against Madam Nenya and Mazi Kanu? Because as I have given them evidence now of what has transpired, whopping 747,000. I heard when he had a statement of our account in Germany, he don't even know what to do with it. I gave you a document, 26 pages of documents. Go and pick it up and read and understand the damage they have done. Every single penny what we say is on black and white. The reason why I allow him to say something, because he say have every evidence. He talk flip-flap. He just, after smoking meth, he come on social media and be ranting. And that is why all of you will be dying miserable one after another. I told you guys from day one that the day you guys sow the seed of decoy, the day you speak against the Kanu family, that day you curse your generation. Some of you think we are joking. I'm not here to make friends with you. I'm not saying it. I said anybody, any man or woman, knowingly or unknowingly, that have maligned the Kanu family, go and mark my word somewhere. You are cursed and your generation. And misery will be your portion. Your death will be eyesore. Because you guys fears nothing. You think it's a joke? We sworn an oath, blood of people is what brought us where we are. And nigga think he will joke with it? No, when people like us are around. Allow him to say this because it's very, very important for people to listen. They talk and forget. We have a pile of evidence on the word they have said. That's what I'm telling them. Continue ranting. As you're ranting, the more you indict yourself. I will do away with this now. Because I want to talk more of this recharge card media, this Abakrat in Gom tonight. What the damage they have done in IPOB. They are faceless, but they're causing mayhem. Listening to where this same guy agreed with Kanu about the issue of people now doing things out of their own way because they are getting paid or stipends from their so-called, masters.
To talk. People like us, nobody gives us. Are lying because people are giving them money to talk. Like us, nobody gives us money to talk. We say it the way it is. That is why we say the truth at all times. But those ones, they are giving 50p, $1 to buy the recharge card. When it comes, you see 500, you think it's so much money. These are the ones they are using. So as long as they are giving you that money, you are collecting it, you'll be forced to do their bit. Anything they ask you to say, that is what you say. So they don't have opinion of their own. So they should stop fooling people using their platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi. What you just said now, it's very, very important because someone have constantly, talk about how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to send him, tell him the financial thing of IPOB, whatever. But man looking at the person speaking, you will wonder. At times, people feel like it's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu really what we think it's because the cannibal of the person, talking of, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu exchanging such information with people that beg recharge card. And when we begin to wonder, is Mazi Nnamdi
I think every single one of you heard what he said. They give a charge card. It is the evidence overwhelming. We see them where they are saying it, sharing for 4,000 naira to all these guys you see online ranting. I don't have issue with you if you are doing what should be done in IPOB, going against those that are oppressing us, talking about how Onyendu will be released. For the past 21 months, what have you guys, 23 months, it's going to be 24 months next month. What have you guys done? Absolutely zero. Onyendu, look at what happened, what transpired in the court on Thursday. They didn't say nothing. Because Ejiofor is the one guiding them. Ejiofor is their new leader. Now, I want to really go into a lot of voices tonight. Let's hear these evil men when they were hashing evil. Because let me tell you something in this life. What you sow is what you're going to reap. There's no way, there's no backdoor to it. Karma is real. What you sow, anytime there's some people you will. I remember Mazi bringing his forefathers or four and swear on all of your heads. Mazi, I remember they get angry. He did one program and he picked up or four and be sworn upon of all of your head because you lie against innocent man that was pure in what we are doing. Gatekeeper, we came to settle issues. You guys ganged up because you guys criminality committed in United. It's still there in the company house looking at it's staring at your face. It's there. It's there. It hasn't gone away because Sophia Kanu is still director inside IPOB Worldwide CIC. He has not changed. He's still there. Even Onyendu through Ejimako that is why anything Onyendu said doesn't count because that particular guidance principle, which I'm gonna make it open. I'm gonna get that particular paper because I think it has to be separate. I'll get a separate one of it to make it viral for people to read it properly. Whatever Onyendu said does not resonate anymore because they said until further notice, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu matter doesn't. Onyendu words does not count anymore. It is in black and white. I will detail it again to now put it out properly for you guys to. Some of you that has condensed brain, probably to help you. Now, let me play their voices. Because this guy they call Ostraman, what that guy was doing was, nobody knows, I'm gonna talk about him, but I want you to listen to his voice, and I'm gonna talk about what he has done. His role he has played within IPOB to damage a lot of people, even some people that are killed back home. I want you to listen to some of their voices.
Yeah, international.
But do you know that actually in our legal team we have parallel legal team?
Yes.
So do you believe that?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Very good. And you know that in not the leadership of the DOS, do you know we also have parallel in IPOB?
Yeah. Yes. I can believe that. Yes, they stay, they continue staying off. I said this thing before. Yeah, IPOB of Nene and Belima and Kanu and Ndotufa and the man IPOB. So you're right. Go ahead.
Right now, nobody will tell me or man that what is happening in IPOB, the leader, the legal team are not. In fact, let me not say this. Let me just put it that way. Let me just end it this way. But let me tell you something. We should leave the DOS alone. The reason why I said we should leave the DOS alone is there are certain things I've come to understand. They are too loyal to sack Kanunta. Unless they can prove me wrong. They are too loyal to sack Kanunta or Madam Nnamdi. I can understand Madam Nnamdi's position because she's the finance and Oyendu himself planted her in for several years. Yes, we can allow her to rule until Oyendu comes back. But what about Kingsley? Now, why I said the media warriors are also part of this problem about Kanunta is this. Do you know that we the media warriors can come on a particular platform and decide to rebel because all these things happening in IPOB? Remember that the Nigerian government is also listening and they are watching.
Do you know? Yes, Mazi,
yes.
Do you know that Nnamdi Kanu is a member of the DOS?
Yes.
And they can take vote over any issue that is pressing us. You know that?
Yes. You know we also have.
I want to interject here. Because over time people talk very, very vulgarly. This guy they call stupid idiot, they call Donald. I remember Mazi brought this animal in one of his programs. Because I respect Mazi immensely. If he calls me for anything, I will show up because I know he have a good heart. And he meant well. This document I'm showing you today, that I think Mazi made it available to this guy called Donald. This guy is telling you that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a member of DOS. That they can took a vote against Onyendu. Ask this idiot who voted those people in DOS in. I want somebody to ask this clown who voted this bunch of lunatic and retard in DOS. Has he read our code of conduct? I had somebody calling him name that Onyendu call his name and all that. He says from Umeh. One thing in life, they say that prophet does not mean nothing from his homeland. Maybe he's jealous of Onyendu's family. From one side. But they're taking shot. But guess what? They're digging their early graves. But one thing I want to correct here is he's saying that Onyendu is member of DOS. Onyendu is member of DOS that he instituted. There was no vote. Every single person, just like they appointed you, national coordinator, whatever you are. Is there anybody voted you in? It is appointment. So those men has got no power to vote Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. It's in our code of conduct. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, his position is permanent until Biafra is restored. You clown. I will allow this to go.
Yes. I can believe.
detention because she is the finance. I know that the US are loyal to our leader. But the fact of the matter is, we cannot sit back and we are drowning every day as soon as because we are loyal. To be loyal is the best, is a good thing. But it has to be the vision has to be the best interest of IPOB. The survivability of IPOB is at stake. So the more we contain and retain them, the more we go, we submerge each time. The more chaos is produced, the more problems surfaces, the more discussions we have, the more headaches you and I have. Dr. Donald, I want to ask you this. Has it been you or Ikenga that have been doing this for only 1 week? Do you think you will see this? So remember that when Nnamdi was in Kenya, the US was not aware, but Canada was aware. And that's very sad. Yeah. Very sad. Yeah. So Canada has an upper hand that we don't know. And to explain him will be very difficult. Unless he proves wrong. I disagree with you in this matter. Explaining Kanu, it's as easy as explaining anybody else. It's not easy. Do you know why?
I just want, I think I left this, it was echoing. So it's really quite irrelevant. The reason why I'm allowing some of their voices to play tonight is a reminder because I took a day because of there's an event that brought this particular issue about the death of this guy now talking on this particular video. They call us Straman. Nobody knows what his name is. I don't know his name. I don't know him. I haven't seen his face before until he's passed away, which I'm going to talk about it tonight. Now, this is where they were hashing. And if anybody remember, after this particular conversation, the Chikedosim issued a memo against Onyendu's family, just to show you how demented and how low Chikedosim have become. The day after this particular gathering of vultures, Chikedosim issued memo against Onyendu's family. I will let that go. Now, because I want to remind you something before I get to what I want to talk about tonight. Now, I want to show you what they did in Afaroku Bay. That's why I told them they sowed the seed of decoy. The day they desecrated the Afaroku Bay is the day they sowed the seed. And all of them will fall after one another because they had meeting. They always sit down as they call themselves. This gang of criminals will bring them in, who they are going to attack, which channels and want to make it open. That if the media world descend on you, it didn't work out, then we use the ESN on the ground. That's exactly what the guy said. Doesn't mean kill that person. It doesn't mean any other word. Right? I want to listen to them before they now crying crocodile tears about somebody that is not even a member of IPOB. Nobody know who this guy is. It is one of their contracted animals that live one place in Africa. And now they want to make it there. But 50 men died in Aba. And one of my brokers, the idiot picked it up. That if your boys did not listen to you. So because they didn't listen to you, you justify their death. But all of you now are mourning somebody that have not added anything in IPOB. Had hypocrisy on the highest level. We'll talk about it tonight. Listen what they said about Afaroku Ibe. The death parents of our Mazi and Kanu, they're sitting down every day talking about the death. And now they're crying about some idiot, I don't know who the person is. Do you think I give a crap about who died or live? How many people have died that watched them die in this struggle?
National.
Very soon, I know the number of people in the present, not in the powers, in all this. I know all this, but I never want to say it. You are part of them. Even if you are president of the what do you do? I said I never know. If you don't mark them out, so I'm sometimes if you go out there, I'm not calling. If I'm not calling, I can't come back. This is how they do. It doesn't need to know when you see some of this small girls on Facebook. They speak to people across anyhow. Because why you don't expect you? Everybody will buy your elder. They have not been jailed. How can they respect you? They will not. Why do you have a person to say, one outcome? Even if I didn't think they are getting one of my now. They can't respect me. Because my father will be last time you know in their words. And then another couple. How can you open your mouth? How can you open your mouth to talk about His Majesty? Doubtless. I said that during Operation Fighting Plans, I need to say that some people in powers were busy now in the store while the palace is under attack and they are busy somewhere now jollificate. Jollification is as a result of their fornicative attitude that makes our enemies get advantage of us, destroy them.
Can you listen to a very retarded, I don't even have a word for this guy. But, because whenever they were saying this thing, it's not like we didn't hear what they were saying. I know Master Prophet was on top of his voice because he's an in-law. We all know, but you have to be strategic in what he did. Because we give them time to see where they were coming from. Now, the amount of talk this guy talk is hearsay. You have not come. This is His Royal Majesty Israel Okukano Palace is describing from far away South Africa that he managed to go through Waga. What happened there? Because he started Formidable Biafra a couple years ago. And today you're crying about your comrade. Anybody talks about him. Anybody talks about it, what will you do? This is just the beginning. Tonight, I will go in depth. Even the dead and the living will get their own cheers for this program. The purpose of this place is called the critical analysis. Everything that happened in IPOB, we must go through in depth of it. It doesn't matter who is involved. But I warn you guys from day one, but they won't listen. You are mocking the palace of Israel Okukano family. Blame is upon him. That's why enemy get overhand on us. He blamed that to the death. Let's listen to this. It's very important.
They came with the attack at the F5. The only thing fire them is to put Mazi Nnamdi in trouble. Caroline go Opulala baby bush on a gari. Not to Kenya ni ayese photo. Ose photo we have Facebook. As an ese photo we are winning on Facebook. As in thinking over. As in get it. Caroline no calf. In ese photo with the deal money on Facebook. On to not thinking content. Even maga support order. Adamani you can support order because Adama give birth to rubbish. If Adama Murubo, rubbish. Adama Brown. On a galley, not talking Madun Yesu. Do not talking Madun Yesu. Adama. Go and get husband. When Jen office in Diego. Go and buy husband for your daughter. You will not. No, not galley. If you know your dad.
All these are, somebody insinuating lies, and on top of that, direct insult to Onyendu. This is what Chike Doziem, based on what the guiding principle told them that Mazi Nnamdi is irrelevant. That is the main reason why you see what is happening now. It's good. I just want to give him a little bit to listen. I don't have time for this, but I have to do it. Now, just listen to where he's now mocking directly to Onyendu's parents, their personal life, what they do. Because we have to talk about this before we get to what I'm talking about. Listen to this.
It's a character is just a bad market. Character is just a bad market. I don't know where they adopted him from. They should have chosen another child. They look around. The only person they see is Kanu.
I hope everybody's listening. I hope every single individual, all of you had all these things, and everybody laughed, and then we moved on. You know, life. You see this life we're living, karma is real. And like I said before, none of you is going to get away with all this. None of you will get scot-free from all this word you uttered from your mouth, directly or indirectly. I want all these voices to remind you what you have said in the past and how you've mocked death in the past, and now you have the temerity to tell people not to talk about someone that is nobody within IPOB, that came to destroy IPOB, and karma struck him. Yeah? I will lecture you.
Now look at what we have brought upon ourselves. Yeah. So the thing is, it's not. I don't know why people are saying, if you are indeed the son of Jesus, how come your father, in your junior ones, Bruce or Gabriel?
You know, the private discussion these people have talked about Onyendu's family. Listen. And Chike Doziem and all these people, even Uchemofo, upon all the thing Uchemofo has been saying, he went against Onyendu. These are two grown-up men. And I didn't get in between Onyendu and Uchemofo because he didn't know how Uchemofo and Onyendu started. That is why I was careful. Don't play sentimental here. That is why when you guys lied, Uchemofo died in UAE. I said these people. You guys peddle this lie against Uchemofo. This guy they call Anya Kings. I don't know where that one is. Maybe he's regain his frontal rope. Because these are the people that we are using to call people around the world, including the one they call a K4 that lives in I don't know where in East Block. All of them today, all of them are hiding. These are bunch of retards. They lied against Uchemofo. Uchemofo is dead. You wish your enemy to die. And today you're talking about some clown that nobody knows that that guy have constituted people dead back in Biafra land because he calls people from the back, they extract information from them and go back and give to Chijan Sanworu. And they think that God will lead you to live. Who cares about you? Let's go.
How possible is that? So I don't know whoever that give birth to Kanu should come and take back your child. You guys can take the money. Don't take the child away from them. Because this guy is creating our life. He's creating the balance.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Yeah, this is they're making mockery of Onyendu's parents, dead parents. It's all well. I'm letting their voices play tonight because I have two important audios I'm going to play, but I think I need to do that and leave these guys on for now, the distractive ones. Let's talk about this particular issue tonight. I need to get this audio, and I want to play it because it's very, very important. Because I have not much time left here before I will come back, and I'm gonna definitely talk about all of them, because as we go forward, we definitely have to talk about them. Now, I want you to listen to this.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
My fellow comrades, good evening from here. This is Ostraman speaking to you from from my sickbed. I want to inform you that I've been battling this cancer for a long time. And sometimes I feel a bit okay when you see me online. But this time around, I'm in a very critical condition. I can't bear the pains anymore. I can't bear the pains. I can't even walk as I speak. I can't walk properly. The doctors are trying to revive me. I've just started another round of chemotherapy.
We finally lost the battle. Our brother Ostraman is dead. He died yesterday evening. After he couldn't recover from the coma that he entered.
To be quite frankly with you, a lot of people might be thinking, oh, why is this video being played? It's played for a reason, because we must talk about this. This is consigned IPOB and the role people played. Because it might be you today, tomorrow it might be another person. People have died in cause of people passing false information. Some people might die on the wayside, some people were on the hunt, some people run away from their own location where they were, single out of these individuals. And now this one is sharing crocodile tears. But he just had his voices when he sat down and discussing the two parents of Mazi Nnamdi. He forgot about all this, including that same person now they're crying for. But 50 men died in our back on 31st of March, including the state coordinator, Aparawa Mende. They came and justified it. And now they're crying. The person they talk about, I'm going to bring his picture to you to answer this question to you. Because IPOB need to learn something from this thing that happened. Very, very important. This is not about individual. I don't play emotional BS. You know what I mean? We give it to you. That's why you call it critical. Anything concerning IPOB with them must be discussed here. When we have the time, we do a critical analysis towards it. Now, I have another video to play where the threat was going on, because it's very, very, very important. People say things and forget them. But we'll remind you before now we say what we want to say.
Biafra Afro Media International.
Our leaders in law. You see, there is kind of joke that we call joke taken too far. There is kind of joke you will not play with our brother's name. There is kind of joke that you will not wish to ever play with our brother's name. The reason why I'm saying this, and I want to notify all our legal representatives, those who normally go to visit our leader, I want to say to them to please, if they know how they can caution this man that called himself our leadership law,
You know, life is a bitch, right? And his revenge is the swiftest thing. Let's get to pussy. Tupac said it. This clown forgotten what the things he said. He have now forgotten what he has said about Onyendus and their parents, and Master Prophet himself was involved. But it is good that now he's referencing to Onyendu. He's now requesting that message sent to our leader. The same our leader that they said everything Onyendu does is in the past. Now he's seeking Onyendus to now send a message across to his in-law. You see how cynical and delusional people can be. Like I said, life is a bitch. And karma is real. I'm not taking shot at anybody, but I want to bring the point to prove something to IPOB because of this thing that have happened. We must learn something from it tonight. I want them to finish before I will bring up this guy's picture, then I'll say what I want to say, and we'll call it a night.
I'm not here to exchange words with him, but I swear before God Almighty, if this man that called himself Master Prophet or what, if this man don't know and come online to play with the name of our brother who just passed, I swear before God Almighty, I swear with the last drop of my blood, and I want the whole world to listen to me. You can insult me as much as you like. You can insult all the media warriors as much as you like. It's all you put online, in Somalia. It's all you put online, Bali other media warriors in Somalia. In Abali chicken doziem in Somalia. In Abali China in Somalia. But away for the name of Ostraman. Away for the name of Ostraman, our brother who just died. If you play with his name, I swear to God Almighty, you will pay a heavy price. I'm warning you that call yourself Master Prophet. And I am warning Kanu to warn you. And I'm warning your wife to warn you. And I will not come online to discuss it.
You see, life is a very, 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 very significant in life. Sometimes we caution ourselves when we talk. Today is warning Kanu to warn his in-law. He's warning his wife to call his, but he's forgotten about what he has said. The same Kanu, he says adopted. He warning to warn him. The same Kanu just played your voice. Is adopted. He's discussing his parents that died, calling his mom indirectly a wayward woman, and his dad. You have the nerve. You warning in your own comfort zone. How demented and delusional it will be. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want IPOB to open their ears, still those that believe in Mazi and Kanu. That is where IPOB is structured. IPOB is not a charity organization. We don't bury those that contribute nothing in IPOB. We don't mourn them either. I tell you why. In 2015-16, when we started protesting, our people start falling in Biafra land. That is why we started contributing. We contribute money on a daily basis. You see all the levies you see today, they say compulsory. Those levies who contributed them, those that were from 2015, 16, 17, probably completed 10 times because we were having daily, we contribute for burial levy on a daily basis. Before now, they decided some certain, all this compulsory levy you see today is just a chunk of them they picked. And burial levy does not signify somebody dies abroad, IPOB is going to bury you. That's number one. IPOB never left his zone, and I agree. But he must be a member of IPOB. He must have a zone. He must be up to your death of contribution in IPOB. Not what we are seeing today. And that brings me to bring this guy they call Ostraman picture on this place, because I want to ask a fundamental question. Because IPOB need to know, at the end of the day, anybody that's somewhere saying he can't talk about somebody, he must be delusional. He can't talk about him because he's who? Who is he? Yeah? Now, dead or alive, people will talk about individuals. Just like as the way you've been ranting your mouth, talking about the parents of Mazi and Nnamdi, talking about people you know nothing about them. You know, so the reason why I'm putting this picture up here tonight is this. I said to him, good night, Ostraman. That's his name. Nobody knows his name. I don't know this guy's name. He mentioned my name once when he was ranting. And I responded in one of our brokers. I think me and Man's mates did that broadcast because he was cussing me, including his mates out. And I said to him, in your miserable life, what I said to him when he was alive, I'll still say it as he's dead. Before you open your gutter and mention George Umeh, make sure you put your face on your Facebook, because he was talking from dark, and mention your name and where you come from Biafra land. So I know who I'm talking to. It is mandatory in IPOB when you call it Biafra, you must give your name, your location, where you live, and where you're from Biafra land. Even if you don't answer you in Radio Biafra. And that is how we know that you are an IPOB member. There's no pseudonym does not exist in IPOB. Just like China Sanwo came to justify himself that Onyendu say hide the identity. Why is this guy's face was not known until he's dead? The question you should be asking today, what was he hiding his face for? There's 2 pictures here, 3 pictures. You see where he's carrying weight? All I see is the way he's bending down. Yeah, and the other one at his back, he said Ostraman page. Now, I will be the cancer. It was later part, I think, when he was dying that he put up that, even that he cannot identify who this guy is. His name is not meant to know to anybody, as he's a secret service in IPOB or what. And people are claiming you're a media warrior. Which media warrior? Media warrior, they causing mayhem within IPOB. My question tonight to IPOB, those that call themselves, because this is not our modus operandi. Whether you're dead or alive, people will remember you for what you've done when you're alive. Your legacy is what people will remember. Go to his page and check how many times he wrote against the zoo. What this guy was doing is actually working for the most dangerous person within IPOB. This guy they call China Sanwo, going around extracting information, people from, even the people on the ground. They will pretend and call them on phone to extract information from them, whether we are with DOS or with not DOS. Some of them couldn't get their way out. Some of them could have rants, didn't know. Some couldn't get in there. I'm not talking this because he's dead. I said to him, good night. Death, buried the dead. I got no issues with him. But as long as this concerns IPOB, it must be discussed. And the reason why I'm bringing this today, a case study in IPOB with pseudonyms. People that don't have their real name in IPOB, you're not an IPOB member. I don't hide my name. The name I'm bearing is what is in my passport. There's no need for it. That's why I say, what have you given to join IPOB? Because I know what I forfeit. Now, who was this guy? Where does he resident? Where does this guy resident? All of you are crying crocodile tears. Media warm. Is he an IPOB member? Which IPOB family does he belong to? Why is he hiding his face? Fundamental question that all of you required answer. And what is his real name? And where did he come from in Biafra land? If all of you answer this question, then we'll have a conversation. But let this be a case study for every single one of you. This is not about the death. This is about reality. IPOB is not charity organization. Now, what they do is any single thing, these idiots they're giving for 4,000 naira, they do right up to raise money. If they are go that put up a right up here, this guy they call IKECHUKWU. That guy was one of the people they are giving for 4,000 naira credit. He claiming you're a writer. Idiara, when he was in prison, he never raised money for her. This is the cost you guys mayhem you guys cost in IPOB. IPOB, we run IPOB without individual. We don't raise fund outside IPOB. I just played Onyendu's voice from the beginning. Onyendu won. Not even, you cannot levy anybody, let alone you as an increment that you're a media warrior. You put up a go fund under IPOB raising money for Idiara Godu. Why must you do that? And those people, because they cannot speak to you not guys anymore. All of you are compromised. But what I'm saying tonight to all of you, claiming that you are media worms or whatnot you call yourself, when you going against individual you know nothing about, you are digging your grave. If you are dead or alive, I will talk about it when the time is right. But what I'm saying tonight is that this is a case study for every single one of you. This guy, nobody know who this guy is. I don't know who he is. I haven't seen him before. But I see him call my name and rant. Things he said about people you don't know nothing about. Because they contracted you, you open more than, you don't have a job. Someone that have job cannot have more than 10 pages. Doing what on a daily basis? And you guys are crying crocodile tears because you guys are hashing evil with each other. But guess what? I'm going to shut this program here because I'm going to still come back and talk about the distraction and the distraction you guys are bringing with this so-called religion within. Because our duty to come here is to lay things to bear. I wouldn't want this program to exceed 2 hours, but I want people to go in night to night and ponder. Forget about the person that died is a dead man. Good night, they say. I use that same word. How can I put it? You know, in this world, you know, I'm not judging anybody, but what I'm saying is that what I see that have happened. Because mentioning my name without knowing what's happened in UK already told me that you compromise. And anybody that lied against anybody in IPOB under oath, if you swore an oath, that oath will strike you, including your generation, not only you. It's not only you, it will go beyond you because that's what we swore in IPOB. So I will leave it here. This is a sound warning to all of you. Continue ranting and thinking that the day you see the soul comes after you, that the heaven will bear or have mercy upon you. It does not work that way. What you sow is what you reap. The reason why I put this up is because we don't allow people that is not known or not visible in IPOB. Just like when you're going to look for a job, you don't give your identity, nobody know who you are. We don't hide our faces in IPOB. Anybody that is pseudo in IPOB should not be allowed to be in any form of shame. Unless he's doing a assignment and he couldn't come public because he can't come out and accuse me while you don't know me, I don't know you. It does not work that way. So I want so many of you that are playing yourself and massaging yourself, thinking that this is a game, this ain't game, and this is not emotional, blackmailing or whatnot. My question to all of you is what I put in here. Go and ponder to it, and we shall say no to pseudonym in IPOB, those that don't show their faces. I thank you, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom. Tonight, all I'm saying is that it must be white and white and whiter than snow. Truth is the only thing that can stand the test of time. Doesn't matter who you are. And like I say, I owe no apology to anybody. In this particular journey that we are in now, is we have gone beyond when people will be talking and mimicking. There's no mimicking here. Everything we say is gospel of heaven, as our leader have taught us. And I owe no apology to anybody because one thing is clear here is that we say things with evidence. Like tonight, I've shown you they have been mourning, crying crocodile tears for no reason. But we lost 50 men in our bar. How many are missing? Some people are in the hospital. None of them talked about it because they had an agreement that will not mention Akwarawa Mende. And you're crying for one man who don't even know who the person is. He didn't die in a course of duty. He died a natural death. Cancer is a natural death. It has got nothing to do with anybody. It got nothing to do with IPOB. I might sleep and not wake up tomorrow morning. Don't cry for me. Let the dead bury himself. But whatever I don't, let that thing be upon me. Like I'm warning all of you, this is not a joke. Probably you took IPOB or think it's a joke. I swore an oath to protect this family. And I will do it with the last blood of my body. I thank you all for listening. May IKECHUKWU continue to strengthen and bless our leader. And those that are standing on the path of truth, never you deviated. Because at the end of the day, one thing is certain. At the end of this journey, Biafra shall be restored. 30th of May is our Heroes' Day, and we shall remember those that paid the ultimate part. Most importantly, Akwarawa member and his group that they send in Aba to be murdered in the Cobra Chike, heart of men are evil. But we shall remember them, and we'll continue to prepare this journey until Biafra is restored. Thank you, and once again, good evening. First of all, I have to apologize. We have a very, 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 very complex evening. And I have to apologize. We have some issues technically. But I must tell you that IKECHUKWU, oftentimes this kind of travesty happens with our leader. As important as this podcast this evening to come again to deliver a note that requires in the gap of Radio Biafra, where we worship. Our apologies, we have technical issues this evening, but as you can see, we are here. Firstly, I have to introduce myself. My name is Mazi Umeh. I reside here in the United Kingdom, and I serve as one of the humble servants of the indigenous people of Biafra, North London family to be precise. And as I welcome you, please welcome others. Today is the 3rd day of May 2023, year of our Lord. And it's approximately 40 minutes on top of the hour, which is 8:40 here in the United Kingdom. I presume it's the same in Biafra land, the Holy Land of Biafra. Today is another wonderful day that the GateKeepers have made, that we must preach this gospel of light. Thank you, my fellow comrade. Today, my monologue is to start with what has transpired in Aba. Aba massacre will never go away for those that have committed this murder. This evil man that circles us, hoping that they were going to have a field day, they've forgotten that this journey was ordained by GateKeepers. Tonight, I just want to remind Biafrans that on the 31st of March 2023, there was a massacre that took place in Aba. To be precisely, between Ngwa Road and Osisioma, our men were mowed down on broad daylight, courtesy of Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals, China Sanworu to be precise. The faceless monk that lives in Kuwait, nobody knows where he lives. These men have no jobs, they are jobless people. They have got nothing to offer to us. But we must not blame our leader, because this gospel, when Onyendu came out, is a pure and is still. And that voice was with sound and brought all of us together. And some of all these men was hiding under their skin. But you know what? This is what we expected. Without these things happening, there's no way we're going to drive home. So I want to bring to your attention tonight, because what they're trying to do is to deviate your attention from questioning those that have killed your own fellow comrade that is sworn an oath. Our oath say that you must not go against anybody working assiduously to restore Biafra. I myself am a victim of command and control, and we still stand on command and control, because at the end of the day, that is what solidifies IPOB. That's our foundation. You cannot take away the code of our command and control that are enacted in our code of conduct. Having said that, China Sanworu and Chike Doziem, these two individuals were solely responsible on what happened in Aba on 31st of March 2023. Like I said before, and I'll reiterate tonight, because there's some voice I'm going to play tonight for some obvious reasons, for some people to understand that what we do here, and like I say all the time I come on air, there is no prejudice in what we do. What brought us out is because that Radio Biafra has been hijacked by a bunch of criminals. Those that are there has been boxed into stupor. They cannot speak for themselves. Even the veterans there, their children was murdered in Aba. None of them have the balls to question what actually happened. Instead, they were involved in the meeting held the day Akwarama when they were single-handedly murdered. We know that 50 men fell. But Akwarama Mende is the light of Abia State, because Onyendu said in every country, coordinate to represent me. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was mowed down on that very day. They killed Akwarama Mende, courtesy of Chike Doziem. As like I always said, I'm going to bring video they analyzed the first broadcast I made to, I think the third broadcast I made towards this, to explain, because we are not here, like we said, I borrowed their word, to kneel them to coffin. It's not business as usual. You men will never get away with what you guys have done. I saw some of them, especially China Sanworu, sharing Ekwelumado's travesty, what is going through in the United Kingdom. But guess what, China Sanworu? Your own might be worse You know why? Because though you live in a fourth world country, I don't think you've been in Europe, I don't think it's your choice to go to Kuwait, but that is where the weather got you. And thank God that IPOB made some of you to know where you were hiding. I'm not bragging about it. Wherever I live today is my choice because I've been around the world and I'm proud of it. And I can tell you categorically, the ticket I've traveled, if I give it to some of you, maybe you wouldn't even think of going anywhere in your life. But why am I saying all this tonight is because it's very, very important that we separate the chaff from the wheat. We joined IPOB not because someone preached Biafra to us. We came out, we had a voice. That voice is what brought us all together in a consistency that we must apply that particular thing. What brought us together is ideological consistency. We are fighting for one thing, freedom of our people. Onyendu said that we shall not kill our own. But the day you guys decided, you guys have been murdering people. They have been killing and murdering people. ESN, as soon as Onyendu had issue, China Samuru jumped up on Radio Biafra, tried to tell you that he is a commander, and some of them are calling him, what do they call him, CSO or whatnot. They have given every name, chief of staff. There's no name that I have not given to him. That gave him the impetus to go ahead and be killing those that disagree with you, and they come out openly and make a threat that is on record. So I just want you guys not to forget what transpired in Aba. This individual must be held accountable. I thank God they have confirmed that nothing that I have said, no one should come out and say that George Umeh have carried propaganda against any of these individuals. Whatever I have said is what they have done and what I have said publicly. As a principal officer, I have an amount of information that I will not make open. Like I said, any day they come out openly to question what I have said, I've said it before. It doesn't matter who they send. If they send in all these media rats, all this aspiring, these are men that are stuck in one country or that are aspiring to travel abroad. I have got no issues with you guys. And I have no issue that you guys are sharing money. You put them on your payroll, it doesn't bother me. But what I'm saying tonight is that what we have come to do, no one shall divert our attention. Just like when you guys orchestrated the issue of autopilot, distracting people. Autopilot was, when people are looking for cursor. A lot of people, there's so many people out there that are confused and you cannot blame them. And to compare to how docile and gullible our people are. But what am I saying tonight is this. I want you fellow comrades to understand that this is not about me. It's not about you. I don't have anything against any individual, nothing personal. It has to settle down on things that matters with IPOB, and it has to be done. Any day you go contrary to what our code of conduct have said, then you have sowed the seed of discord. And people like us will not see eye to eye with you. It doesn't matter who you are. It does not matter who you are. So tonight, I just want you to understand that what happened in Aba will never go away. I want them to bear that in mind. And China Sanworu, regardless wherever you are hiding, because now you're giving people impression that your accomplice is looking for you. These are the people you are collaborating with, killing our people. And also IKECHUKWU, because what does he call his name, have come Umeh. As bad as they might be, we think that these men were bad, but at least they have done something that visibly we can see. Though they are the one that picked you guys up and they know your capabilities. They know your limitations, which Umeh analyzed on audio, which if I have time one day, I will just put it and stream it for people to listen to. So the reason why I'm bringing this as my monologue tonight is because it's very, very important. People not being deviated from the truth. We don't come often on air because simple reason is that we come here to lay things to bear. That is why it's called the critical analysis. Biafra Alpha Power Media is standing in the gap of Radio Biafra because that is where we preach, and that is where the organic truth without we don't mix matters in IPOB and Radio Biafra. But since these individuals, these criminals, have laid all the things they have accused people is what they have done. They hijack Radio Biafra, they kick people out, where we contribute our quotas. And to be fair, majority of these people, if we say today, hashtag, show your receipt that you pay your dues, he found out that these men are ghosts. These are a bunch of retard, bunch of wretched individuals. When you say that wretched people does not do freedom fighting, means no. It's not big. Wretchedness is not about someone being poor. Now, you had it all, but you're not satisfied with it. That's the apple of wretchedness. You live in abroad, you work, you earn money. Some of you are now working and getting social where you live, but you cannot contribute a dime. Even in the United Kingdom here, I know a lot of people in the meeting, even common £5 we put in as offering, they will never put it. I have not seen them done that before, since I've been going meeting with them. But sometimes you don't question people, because IPOB don't pressure people. But now we understand, and those kind of people are today are the ones that are very, very active to deal with and divert our funds and all that kind of nonsense. So I want this to, because subsequently I'm going to play a lot of videos. I have a technical problem. I shouldn't have come in on air tonight, but the devil is a liar, because the truth must be preached. So now I want to make a very big references on what is happening. There is a memo, not a memo, I think a personal, imagine Chikedozium writing memo, the fellow DOS. Let me put it that way. Madam Nnamdi is heading finance in IPOB. You know, people like us, things we've said in the past, you know, I don't mimic. And the reason why nobody can call me and advise me about IPOB or what I do or what I've chosen to do is because I joined IPOB voluntarily. And nobody, I repeat, nobody convinced me to become an IPOB member. It was a brother that gave me a number. He said, listen to Radio Biafra. And I listened to Radio Biafra once, just once. And that was it. Second time, to me to join IPOB United Kingdom, I called Onyendu live on air. I want you to open your ear tonight and listen. I called Mazi Onyendu, our supreme leader, on air, on program. He gave me the number of our then London coordinator, Festus Anekwe, a good man. He was misled by Clifford Iruanya and Emeka Onyebuchi in 2015, which George Umeh came out and told him. I said, Festus, apologize that you were misled. He said, George Umeh, no, that things are going to happen because of what is happening today. They thought Onyendu was going to die in prison in 2015. This happened on 2016. The day he brought he submits all the document that was in his hand, all this, because, you know, a proper IPOB, normally when you leave your position, you hand over everything, you don't withhold, just like what happened in the United Kingdom here. When Onyendu leave Okachi for national coordinator, Okachi withheld IPOB, you know, the things that was in his hand. Onyendu came on air and repeat himself again. These are things they took offense against our leader. You don't hold IPOB property. If I've been suspended in IPOB, or even though things I bought, I know how much I spend in my zone. Things I bought, I never asked for them. It's there. But I'm still the coordinator. But all the whole thing, confusion that I brought up for one day, I never mentioned, I never said anything. Because I gave it with all my heart. Then, so I had a lunch with this young man before I joined IPOB United Kingdom. And the day I joined, there was something I said. Why I'm making this some people to understand. I did not join IPOB to come here and become your friend. No. I had my family. I have a kindred. I don't need any friend outside my family. I'm just reminding you this now. Now, why I'm making this effort for some people to understand, I don't need you for anything, and I don't hold anything against you. I only hold the principle that guide IPOB. The day you go against it, I will go against everything you do. Even the days of Uchemofo. They will tell you, in United Kingdom here, I was one man standing on everything that ever happened. So before you call me, you need to make sure you make your background check properly. This useless Albani and Chikedozium, the first problem we have in United Kingdom, 2017, the first meeting we had with them, when they made Chikedozium Director of State and Austin Albani, European rep. Austin Albani comment was what brought United Kingdom where he was. Just like the one I just made, the one happen now in UK. I asked him question 101, man, but he can't answer that question. You don't have the ball to answer me because you know he's a nitwit. These are wretched in mind. All you're thinking about is how to lay your hand in IPOB fund. Now, what I want to say tonight is this. The memo that just surfaced, which is, I think we call it internal memo, or is it a letter is writing to Madam Nnamdi? But let me remind you, even though that Chikedozium does not represent IPOB anymore, Chikedozium is the leader of Biafra community, for those who does not know. I'm making it abundantly clear for you to understand. Itemize what I say, because anything I say, like I said, I'm liable to it. There's a memo. I'm going to pull it up here, but I want to say something before then. When this issue started, I warned that in IPOB, Onyendu, we have 3 heads. Head of Directorate, Head of Finance, and Head of Media. And guess what? The reason why Chikedoziem emerged as the Directorate of State is because the meeting Onyendu called in 2016 that the whole DOS boycott. This just like this gang we are building now. If Onyendu come out tomorrow, these men are going to go against our leader. Clifford Iruanya and his gang, because then Clifford Iruanya was pushing too hard. Just like Asunaban now is the man engineering. Then Umeh is a very Umeh. You see, Umeh have a heart of a lion. He wants to do things right, but he have some riffraffs around him. But Clifford Iruanya was one always coming to radio, making himself, selling himself, just like what Chilasawori is doing. Is exactly what Clifford Iruanya was doing, because Clifford Iruanya was coordinator for coordinators. So he was literally in every forum around the world. So now he getting contact of everybody. Once that problem happens, what thing they do is they contacting every country to stop moving money. Guess what? Chikedoziem then was European rep. He was the only person that opened the account in Switzerland. Later that account was shut down because Chumafo was there. I'm explaining this for some people who does not know what have happened to know. There's nothing personal here. This is a history in IPOB that you should pay me money to let you know what has happened. I warned, and as I'm warning them, when he heard them say leadership, IPOB does not have leadership, except the Mazi Nnamdi himself instituted IPOB and gave you opportunity to serve. It's an appointment. Nobody voted you in. I want people to know this today. Some of you would think we are running zoo. Political era. IPOB is based on command and control. And we are freedom fighters. And even in our code of conduct, because all these things was happening before without being enacted black and white. Before our code of conduct came out, they are now signed. Even his Chikedoziem signatories in that code of conduct. So Chikedoziem is actually violating what he signed on. Chikedoziem should be primary example to obey. The day Chikedoziem came on air, I was yapping that he was suspending United Kingdom National Coordinator. He was reading code of conduct. That was the day I spat on that idiot. After reading that code of conduct, the guy actually abused the code of conduct there, because Chikedoziem knew he does not have the power to remove a national coordinator. I asked Austin Alban, did Onyendu authorize you to remove a national coordinator that he himself installed? He said his answer, even though they have some backing dog around the meeting, try to defend the moron, our European rep. Which European rep? Look at the man that look like a dead, that someone that have died and buried. Is it because we are doing IPOB? Take a walk there. I asked him a question, he wouldn't answer me, because he's a twat. Right? So reason why, and I'm warning people, IPOB does not have leadership. There's no leadership aside from how the structure of IPOB, because if Chikedoziem mind his business, there won't be a problem. No, but this was an agenda of 2015. He was part of it. He betrayed Umeh because all of them agreed that they won't go to that meeting, but Chikedoziem surfaced. Let me tell you something. That meeting, Umeh came. Madam Anya was there always. Chikedoziem came. And Chukwu former came in that meeting. That is why there's so. And when our leader says something, it doesn't reverse. Just like the day he disbanded UK. Austin Alban was his mouth, his saliva was coming out of his mouth, begging Onyendu. Onyendu tell all of you are acting like a rat in a cage. Go to hell, all of you. Onyendu just walked out. It was because of one of our sisters that passed in UK here made Onyendu reverse that. Before now, instead, new national coordinator. But they never rest, because all of them hold against Onyendu, because Ukachi was not removed. Ukachi was made a director of medical corps, even a bigger position, but he could not excel there, because the truth must be told. When he went to America, he met his fellow doctors and found out probably his own doctor was beneath. I will leave it there. But let me come back to the issue of finance tonight. Before I start to talk about this finance, because my monologue finishes, I will revisit back again about Aba massacre. I want you to follow me as I go, because I set up my program and a lot of things went wrong. So I have to do it now. Like, I have to work hard because I'm only one in the studio. The auditor is not here. My editor is out. So now I want to play the voice of our leader concerning finance. Like I said, Chike Doziem signatory is in our code of conduct. So the man that's supposed to lead by example is Chike Doziem. Guess what? Who is abusing our code of conduct is Chike Doziem. Chike Doziem have turned our code of conduct into nothing. That is the one thing. All the names he's bearing today, we gave it to him because we are not trying to, blackmail him, but we are giving him what he has done. The enemy at the gate, Onyendu hinted us, say, go and watch enemy at the gate. Who is the enemy at the gate? Chike Doziem. He's a vegetable. He can't do fuck all. Excuse my language. Nothing he can do. Some people are saying he's quiet. He's not quiet. He's a dangerous snake. He's a snake. A very dangerous one. I don't want to use the word in an Igbo adage. There's a particular people that when they say, if they enter inside your house, snake enter. Wrong. But I don't want to make that comment in this particular broadcast. Right? So I want to refer Chike Doziem because what we do, I don't just come out here and start ranting. For those that are using the word debunking, without even understanding the full meaning of debunk. If you want to debunk somebody, go and visit your dictionary before I will come to that issue. Debunking somebody is when somebody is saying something that maybe is a falsehood. Which I remember that guy that took Umeh in South Africa when he was ranting about Mazi's age. I came on air. I didn't know he was on air. And I told him that. That's what it's called debunking. On live on air, all of them, the whole media rats were against Mazi's age. I was one man standing. And I told them, I don't defend individual. I defend IPOB. And every office in IPOB, once I see anybody, if you trespass, it is our job to bring you, to hit you on your nudge to draw you back. You cannot do that, not while we are here. That is our primary job. The gatekeepers, I don't owe you nothing. There's nothing you guys have to give to me. And whatever I do with my resource, my money, my time. And like I said, before you question me, I need you to tell me, because this is the reason why we have issue today in IPOB is because so many people came to IPOB with a different agenda. I didn't join IPOB because I want to gain anything. I have given it all. I have forfeited a lot of things. On a different day, we'll talk about it. So let me play Onyendu's voice. Then I now will say something concerning. Then I will upload the file. Then, because like I said, I'm gonna be taking a little bit of time because my stuff, everything was gone. So I'm gonna play this voice. Then after this voice, then and I will talk about the finance.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Anytime you get a call from our sister Nnamdi, then you know you're in very serious trouble, you have done something wrong. Please make sure that our accounting and our audit is up to date. I do not understand the reluctance of some individuals in the US to remit the money that people have contributed to ESN. I don't understand the reason why you're holding it. I don't know what for. Please. And I have maintained that any accounts that we have that Nnamdi cannot see, I do not trust that very account. As long as she doesn't see it, I will not trust it. And very, very soon, I will shut down every account that Nnamdi cannot see.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International
is our overall finance officer, IPOB Worldwide. And she is a woman of immense integrity and substance. One of the pioneer contributors to Radio Biafra and IPOB before a lot of people came along. Anything she tells me, I believe, is gospel. And everything is properly documented.
So anytime you get a call from our sister Nnamdi, then you know you're in very serious trouble, you have done something wrong. Please make sure that our accounting and our audit is up to date. I do not understand the reluctance of some individuals in the US to remit the money that people have contributed to ESN. I don't understand the reason why you're holding it. I don't know what for. Please. And I have maintained that any account that we have that Nnamdi cannot see, I do not trust that very account. As long as she doesn't see it, I will not trust her. And very, very soon, I will shut down every account that Nnamdi cannot see.
Biafra Alpha Power Media.
Okay, now I'm going to upload the internal memo they sent to Madam Anya, which I think Madam Anya actually made it abundantly clear yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, on a program they held yesterday. But having said that, it's still our duty to come here to let things to bear. Now, the reason why I'm going to pull up this now is to show you the agendas of Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals in IPOB. I want to just a little bit, let me put this up a little bit so I can actually see what it is. Now, not approved anywhere. You know, the account there is being on X, which is fake. Now, I want to read the paragraph of, I know a lot of people have read this, but I want to read it before I can comment on it. Now, it says, following the closure of IPOB Worldwide Germany account in January 2023, the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra Worldwide directed the IPOB family in Germany to open a new account, a new IPOB Worldwide account. Who gives you the order to open IPOB new Worldwide account? You know, Chike, you need to look yourself in the mirror, you know. In life, you know, there's certain things you don't do. And like I said, none of you, all of you, none of you, one Mazi Nnamdi coming to come out of DSS dungeon. For obvious reasons. Now, you're writing to Madam Anya, which she's a head. IPOB, DOS is the body that governs IPOB. Nobody's DOS. I want to make this abundantly clear because so many of you are confused about when you hear Directorate of State. Directorate of State, Chike Doziem is not the first person to be Directorate of State. Onyema was, Madam Anya mentioned his name yesterday because everything started in United Kingdom here. Onyema was before even Umeh and before the Council of Elders. So we have gone through hurdles. Chike Doziem was the necessity that brought him to a position where is, which is that the way he's supposed to be. But some of you are carried away with the reality we are living on. So now, Chike Doziem, when Madam Anya was in the Chike Doziem was not there. That's the fact of life. Chike Doziem in March on 2017, I was here. Necessity brought him in. Now, you want to speak to Madam Anya. He didn't write a letter to Madam Anya, but he write this thing hidden it. He didn't post it in your so-called DOS Facebook account or your own personal Facebook account or even to your flipping Twitters. You don't tweet nothing. He sent this thing to Madam Anya as a private and signed it as Naval Directorate of State. Other than Madam Nnamdi. Chike Doziem, let me remind you tonight that your position, Madam Nnamdi position is higher than your own in IPOB. I don't even think you are aware of this, but I've said it over time. Both of you are in the same category, which is indirect. All of you are directors. You are heading DOS. Madam Anya is heading finance, which is more crucial in IPOB. You are in administrative level. Let me lecture you if you don't know this. Before you write to Madam Nnamdi about accounts, did you actually digest that word properly? Or this is a propaganda to confess? Because the account you opened in Australia didn't wash. People didn't buy that garbage. Now you play mind game. Some coordinators will call them at the back to try to threaten them and saying that if send, I will read it as I'm going down, but let me just say, Chike Doziem has got no power. They have 0.0 power to order Madam Anya or anybody to open IPOB worldwide account. He has got no that power. He has got that power from nowhere. Like I said, they're undermining our leader and IPOB at large, but you know, their days are numbered. I will come down and say, whereas money contributed by IPOB families worldwide was trapped in the closed account. The closed account was Chike Doziem and his boy, the expelled criminal in Germany. They call Chinedu Collins. Even the guy came on Biafra and confirmed that it was the activities that prompted the bank to block that particular account because they were going there. And these men act like they don't live in Europe. You don't know when you make an attempt in account what bank is going to do. It's a common thing. They're perpetrating fraud, and that's what they do for a living. Because Chikedozie, all these guys, all these are Ibu Alaji, these are old men. This is what they've done. What are they doing? What is their job? Chikedozie they paid Chikedozie 2,000 euro in IPOB. Then he would never tell you this. He was getting paid in IPOB. You know, when they were propagating this, people think it was lie, but it's fact. He was getting 2,000 euro. And he claiming that he's serving IPOB. The one they called his deputy was living in our office in Germany. Even his port and everything was there. Before the landlord caught him on camera. And he wanted to carry a smear attack on Madam Nenyanya. We don't defend individual, defending the structure of IPOB must be defended at any given time. Now, the money trap there was the criminal, the fraudulent activity they forced in the account made the bank to close that account. That is a fact and it's there. And they're going to deal with them there legally because Germany have their own law and is a police state for their information. Whereas IPOB family members have been demanding to know what has become of the money they contributed for the running of affair of IPOB worldwide. It's very imperative that Chikedozie is making this assertion. So Chikedozie, actually, you want accountability. You know, anybody that want to come to equity must come with a clean heart because I will start with the United Kingdom here we live in. Like I said, I don't accuse falsely because I have evidence. Chikedozie, the first ESN fundraising we did in the United Kingdom contributed almost 38,000 pounds is on record. Chikedozie, that money was in an account that was one person's signatory, which is Sophia Kanu, which is online account. Online business account. But the lady told Madam Anya that he's going to add somebody, a lie to Madam Anya. Even I said this in many occasions in the meeting. After we did this fundraising, the lady actually blocked Madam Anya and the assistant here, which is, she's the one heading the Southeast Regional in United Kingdom. But you know one thing, because we said, in this life, once you're doing something and you know your hand are clean, okay, we will always fight for you. We did not know when the woman locked off all their the finance team. Madam Anya was viewing their account just like he viewed in America. He locked out Madam Anya, he locked out our Mrs. Awu here in United Kingdom. But one day in a meeting, Chukwuka must struck her to say that even though you Chikedozie was aware that Umeh account was falsified, every document that transpired in Umeh account, I have them. My next program on finance, you know, I've been saying this for a long time. But now I'm going to make a special program for IPOB worldwide. I thank God that you make this mention here. So you tell him that IPOB worldwide want to know what happened to their money. Chikedozie, we want to know what happened to our money contributed in the United Kingdom. The lady confirmed that you ordered her to move 10,000 pounds to Umeh account. Even after you have come to Radio Biafra and stopped Umeh account, he still ordered her to pay 10,000 pounds from our money, which up to today we don't know what they did with that money. You know, these are little stuffs, and this is how you guys started. It's just like Michael Iruanya said he left 8,000 euro in Italy coffin, and I asked Michael Iruanya, he came to United Kingdom, he was here running Italy. What was that 8,000 euro? What was it for? If all of you are not criminals, why are you holding IPOB fund? Madam Anya come on Radio Biafra every day shouting, once you get our money, please remit it. We'll have IPOB worldwide account. So I will ask Michael Iruanya again tonight because he was trying to advise Ogro and some nitwits, you know, you have in Italy there. That useless guy that used to be in the Biafran television. He never paid, for one day has not paid even common monthly due. Don't talk about our common, the least is what's it called? Defense fund, which is welfare today. When we paid it was defense fund. All of you are jumping up, you want Biafra. You want Biafra with whose blood and whose money? Yeah? You want Biafra with whose blood and money? Now, it's good that Chikedozie now is questioning that Biafrans want to know. And it's very important that Biafrans are asking this question Biafrans wants to know. Everybody wants to know. And I'm asking Chikedozie tonight. Let's start with United Kingdom. All the money contributed here, even the last one before Chineke Ekwensu Ogoko, you are calling George Umeh, Thunder, Amadio how strike your generation. All that money, where are those money? I just want to make this fact, because it's very important. Like I said, as long as you have soiled your hand on this journey, anything you do will go against you. The land of Biafra will go against you. Now, I will read down because he said, having regard to the fact that it is the responsibility of the Directorate of State of Indigenous People of Biafra to ensure that funds contributed by IPOB worldwide are not misappropriated for whatever reason. Very, very damning, the sweet words. He's trying to bamboozle some riffraffs. Maybe they think you're talking this from a sense of someone that is pure. Chike, you have got no business with IPOB finance. Let's go back to 2015 era. Have you forgotten what the jingle was then? Is about Madam. Even if time permits me, on this end of this broadcast tonight, it doesn't matter if it's 2 hours, I don't really care. But I'm going to play Onyendu's voice when Excellency interviewed him in Atlanta when Onyendu came out 2018 or 2019, went to America. That is the question. The guy, that gentleman that we are representing, Umuchukwu writer, not all these monkeys that is there now. I'm talking about man. What Onyendu said in 2019 or 2018, if I'm not mistaken. But it's very, very important that this guy is using his own self, kneeling himself. This thing you have wrote now is actually you're kneeling yourself in a coffin. But Chike, let me ask you a question. If you actually is your responsibility, what did he say to Madam Oyibo? Let me start because I have the document. I want you, Chike, to remember that even the report sent to you, we have all these things as a file. Some of you think he's gone away. It hasn't gone away. Sometimes you have information, but it depends how you present it. And I will give it to you. Very soon, probably this weekend or next week, you're going to get it. And all hell will let loose. 747,000 US dollars that was in that account. That was the money Onyendu was asking Madam Oyibo to move to LLC account. Because reason being, Madam Oyibo does not allow Madam Nennianya. He will give Madam Nennianya view in the evening, in the night she will log her off. And that was the statement Onyendu made. I think it's second to the last, to the third broadcast. Onyendu says some people are holding our money. It is not those two men that hold 70,000. It was referring to Madam Oyibo. But Chike Doziem, you were aware of all these things. And even there's a damning report that was given to you. Chike Doziem, he never reacted into all this. Even when this guy, this idiot that were in Senegambia, trying to travel to abroad, he couldn't go. Even some of them go through Wagad, through the desert. He could not make it. He went back, say he won Biafra. Now he's sharing recharge card media. When he started attacking Manamanya, all of you were involved because you guys know where you were. Nelly, all of you were with Nelly. Everybody, we know all these things. Manamanya move money. The same this morning in Germany, you guys were targeting. Your eyes was down on it. And now, if we're talking about accountability, Chikerism, for the past 12 months, all the money that you guys have diverted in IPOB, I'm just talking about United Kingdom that I'm aware of. Even the 12,000 pounds you guys raised for the fraudulent so-called Abani came here and said they're talking about what is it called? He said they were raising what is it called again? What is that fund? This called that fund again? In UK here, even there was a lady that made a video against Kanu. Yeah, in UK here, 12,000. The woman, after she wrote something in our forum, I have it, that she's going to be the one to get them. The fraudulent, what is it called? What is it called? Is this in America? Because in UK here we have parliamentary system. I don't know why it's getting up my head. But at the end of the day, that 12,000, the money were nowhere to. Because when they came back and asked for ESN fund, people were asking, where is this 12,000? Legal fundraising. They say they have legal here. We have Bisman here. We have taken UK, the whole 3 arms of government to court here. It was not you guys. Where these 12,000 pounds and that lady that we were ranting before? She called me a criminal. I told them, the only thing that can stand the test of time is fact, truth. Once you know your hands are clean, doesn't matter what anybody say. Like I said, I don't want anything from my IPOB. I came to give my time and my resource. If you have that kind of mindset, just like Mazi can have done, I will play the video of Onyendu in Atlanta when Excellency interview our leader after 2018 to 2019. So Chike, my question to you tonight, I want you to answer, because if you don't answer, I will come out again to give Biafrans all the facts. That you now, you say you are it's your responsibility of the Directorate of State. Well, it's fine if you're actually doing the right thing. But let's start with you, Chike, the ZM. Because I'm asking a very direct question. So, it's your responsibility. Even you accepted that Madam Oyibo should lead IPOB. All this is in black and white, though. Maybe you might think it's gone away. No, it didn't go away. It didn't go away. I will leave it for I will serve you that, in this world, yeah, when people say karma is not real, karma is real. Now, he said the Directorate of State hereby direct you to transfer within this week all the IPOB fund in a former IPOB closed account into the new IPOB international account. They call vegetable. Now, you're ordering. Who are you ordering? You're ordering Madam Nnamdi to transfer money. As how much did you contributed in that money, Chike? Can you come out and give us receipt? You are receiving 2,000 euro as a salary in IPOB. How much have you paid into that account? You, even Switzerland, how much is Switzerland paying monthly to that account? Switzerland. Your useless national coordinator in Switzerland have the nerve to come to me. One time, me and Mazi was making program. The man came and said that, oh, nobody takes oath. That's why we know so many of you are not under oath. That's why you behave the way you behave. So, the reason why I'm not going to dwell too much, but the reason why I take my time into this now is because I play the voice. I want to sound this as a warning to every IPOB principal officer across the globe that still believe on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because Chike is leading the Biafra community, not IPOB Directorate of State any longer. The 5-man gang they are building in IPOB is not going to wash with us. So nobody should pay dime to this account. This account is fraudulent, and their case is in the system of Germany, which they're going to go deeper in it, which I'm not going to comment on it. But what I'm going to tell you tonight, this particular garbage here, the account himself does not exist. This is a Cabal account. They have opened one in Australia. It didn't work. They're coming back to Germany. But Chikerism, he fell short because he have got no balls or power to institute anything of this nature. And this is where I'm going to land this. Now, a lot of things has happened. I want to go through this particular file and see what I can say. I'm not talking like this guy they call Chinas and with that faceless, jobless fool. You know one thing in life, yeah? Every time they want to distract these gullibles, they come up with some talk. The reason why I'm showing this is because we know how they play their games. Just like when they murdered our people in our bar, they want to distract people. He came falsely, denied them, and they think he was going to go away, but he ain't going to go away. I saw you sharing a Kweluma is 10 years in UK. Go and buy corn and keep it, because the atrocity you committed is not going to go away. Mark my words somewhere. This is a fact. Like I said, it can only happen in the United Kingdom. You see that the Kweluma incident, if it happened anywhere in the world, probably it won't get to this level. But this country we are living, that's what I said to some of you. You found yourself in Kuwait, because I've overheard you one time mocking people that live in America and Europe, the kind of job they do, as if you're in Kuwait. What do you do in Kuwait? Even if you work in an oil company, who gives a damn about it? You made money for your family, who gives it? But you are mocking people because you have said a lot of things you've forgotten that you said. Your vindictive manner and the way you speak arrogantly and vocally to your fellow comrade does not represent IPOB. Over time, I was listening to you. Because I'm a man, I take time. Before you see me go after somebody, I don't just wake up and one morning go after somebody. Because before I go after you, I will make sure. Like I said, I've defended you before in UK. I have evidence to prove it to you. I can put it here and show you what they were writing about you. Even the people you guys call your own cabal in UK here, they are the one that instituted it. But George Umeh was standing. Just like Okachi, go and ask Okachi. Okachi will tell you. I didn't do it for Okachi. I did it for IPOB structure. It's not for Okachi. It's not for him, because he has nothing to give to me. I did it because of what I swore an oath to do. and what I believe on. So if you look at this, it's a Hope Uzodinma and DSS. For your information, those guys sent to track me in my location, I have identified all. They will see. Do you see that? In his location. You know, when we told you guys that these people, they didn't come to IPOB because the amount of talk and amount of threat this guy have voiced out. It doesn't represent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Onyendu was talking and he could see the direction. Onyendu is liable to his words. Onyendu is liable to his words and he don't run away from it. But guess what? This is a pure distraction for those that doesn't. These guys and Hope Uzodinma, all of them are the same people. Your location, you can't mention where his location is. He cannot mention it. He can't tell you where his location is. But for some of you who does not understand the message, these are people that he works with. Hope Uzodinma and DSS. Because I've used DSS to kill so many of our commanders. Even there's one they killed, this idiot that lives in South Africa, still aspiring to go to live in New York. The guy actually commented on how they shot the guy in his leg, what happened to the guy. And he bragged that he's having information from the inside of DSS. They forgot all these things they said, but they don't know we have all these records. Keeping it for them. On a very good day, we'll serve it to you on a very cold dish. You eat it. For some of you who does not know, he's just told you those he's working with. Hope Uzodinma and DSS. China Sanwo-Ori is the biggest informant of all time. In Pharma, the biggest one, the biggest snitch ever is this lunatic that cannot show his face, the biggest coward of all time. He can't show his face, he's hiding under his wife wrapper, and they're ranting. But as you can see, is there for you to see. And this is another thing I want to comment about because I want to go through this file before I leave. Biafra worldwide phone call and tweet campaign alert. These are bunkum. These are rubbish. All these things, we've done all this in 2015. But consistency is the key. Who are there? Are they campaigning to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? I will show you anybody that are pure that's talked about Onyendu to be released. China Sanwo-Ori will be the first person to kick against it. It is not for interest of Onyendu. This is nonsense. Who are you calling? Are you instituting phone call? While they know you are acting like a terrorist. You've already been calling people that you're going to kill people. Threatening lawyers on national radio, IPOB national radio. Are you going to kill them? Anybody that went to Onyendu, but you live in your location, not even knowing where you live. So to abandon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, nobody should go there and see Onyendu. And nobody should come back and deliver the message Onyendu asks you to do. What Onyendu asks you to do. Onyendu now, you and Onyendu is advancing each other. I'm just being fair here. Our people went to South Africa to protest. They went to block them. And they want to make a phone call to who? The world is watching. Who is fooling who here? All this propaganda. When they're so confused, they don't know what to do because they have got nothing to offer. They are not doing anything. Anybody say they are working? Show me one thing they have done. 2015, IPOB didn't even have our volunteer then was just there. But the men did something. But today, show me what they have done. Instead, they turned the gun against our own people. There's no pressure from them once not from they couldn't collaborate with anybody. Umeh made a board of it that 2016 that they collaborated with what is it called? What is it called about this our brothers in Tompolo? He didn't hide it. He didn't say it is his word. I have it in audio. And the pressure they gave you, they succumb. And it's facts. My question today: what are you guys doing? You're repeating what we've done in 2015. I'm making telephone call to who? Onyendu said that we have gone beyond. Onyendu said it. We don't make calls anymore. Onyendu can't said it. Onyendu said it openly. That after he went to Brussels and have conversation, they told him, "What are you doing on the ground?" They heard no Onyendu. But what strategy do you have to get our leader out? Instead, you are the ones holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because that's nothing you guys have done. All your body language was for them to kill Onyendu or to poison him. So I just want to make it clear because people should ignore this nonsense. Tweeting you're talking about, do you tweet about our leader? Do you tweet our leader? And all this gang of criminals, are you guys tweeting even about Onyendu? No, the answer is no. Or posting on your phone. Now you're blogging on your page. After you murdered our people in Aba, you started blogging in your page. Think we are stupid? For the I'm not just saying it. I'm not saying people shouldn't call, but I'm just letting you know that you're wasting your time because it's not for the interest of our leader. That's nothing Chike Doziem and all this gang. They don't have. If they are for Onyendu, first thing they will do is to implement Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's request. Onyendu's order first. As long as they have not done it, they are the primary enemy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And that is why anybody that come out to say that they want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu released, watch the first person that will attack that person is Chinua Sanwo-Olu. Because Chinua Sanwo-Olu know that evil he committed, even the land of Ngba will not forgive him. I don't know. The reason why I'm putting this up here because all these people they give asylum paper without even paying our because to be honest with you, there's a lot of people that have asylum here, and I own a zone and I know how I address people. And it's mandatory. That's something that's mandatory because at the end of the day, even if you have a lawyer, you're going to pay a lawyer. But they are giving these people our official letter to go and get asylum. And people like us who paid all this money, because some people want to say, I pay this money times 3. I never seek asylum. That's why we see them, even though where they work, there is an obligatory to them, they must do what they ask them to do. Even though when they don't even know what they're talking about. Now, they're sharing card for people to go and do campaign for Twitter. I want to sign it as a warning. Mazi Nnamdi can never bribe anybody. We came out voluntarily. That's why I'm saying we came out voluntarily. Fought and still fighting. I lost my first Facebook account in 2016 when they shot our first page in Medio Biafra, over 2 million followers. You will see this kind of things. You wonder why. Now they are inducing people to come out to defend them. This is one of the things they were fighting this young lady they call Neche, because they call Neche to come and openly defend them. The young lady, I think the sources of the guard said it, she said no. That's where all this whole thing started. Now they pursue her with DSS. Your enemy will not be my enemy. It's not possible. Just like when we came out here, they were mentioning Simon Ekpa. People like us, we came out. When we sat down and we look at what is happening, and we said, no, this guy is a distraction. He's a mere distraction. This man are the real devil within. The enemy at the gate. The enemy within are this man. I don't care what he does because he doesn't hold any. I say it all the duty of care to IPOB, not even one. I don't have a single one. Whatever they want, if they want to answer any name, it's not my problem. I don't care. Now, let me shock you. This is Chinua Sanwo-Olu. Now, he's attacking Emmanuel Iwanya, or whatever his name is, even though I don't ascribe on this man. But anytime anybody genuinely came out to voice out that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released unconditionally, or any way to the federal government, because Chinua Sanwo-Olu and Chike Doziem, all of them are working for the Nigerian government, they will kick against it. This is apple of it. Now, they have got no strategy to get our leader out. They don't even want people that go to Onyendu to even give out the message Onyendu have given them. He is the one that firstly write that Onyendu was poisoned in DSS. That is what he's telling DSS. Poison Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is because we go hard on them. Because we know their plans. These are very retarded idiots. They think they're smart. They're not. These people that did local 419 in Lagos or maybe in Aba, they think they're not smart. Look at it here. Chinua Sanwo-Olu is attacking, what is it called? Because they are dealing with the politicians. What they are doing is that they threaten them. They will call them at the back and give them money because they will use their death squad if they're threatening them. These are kidnappers. It's not for interest of IPOB. So even if Iwanyanwu is the new Ohaneze Ndibo, which is the apex, even though they created it to subjugate us, all of us know that. But you cannot deny it because even if you want to go anywhere, talk about Biafra. That's why Onyendu took his time. Spoke to the governors in 2017. Tell them what you want for the Biafra. This is what I want you to go and get me from Abuja. Onyendu, speak to them because we have to talk to them. As it stands today, they are the people governing our land. Legally, and voted constitutionally. So you cannot take that away from them. But you can pressure them to now to agree on what we are doing. But when they said to release Onyendu, you kick against it. So how do you gonna get Mazi Nnamdi Kanu release? Obiozo himself, all those people, you guys are walking around them. If Emmanuel Rilwanyi is a hypocrite, what are you cheating us on? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Evidently, and they want him to condemn the death of innocent, thousands are killed in Imo State and home burnt. Okay, you want him to condemn that you instituted. The house and home that burned, you are the person that caused all this problem, because you are the one that announced the sit at home. That Onyendu asked you people not to announce 72 hours. But you want Emmanuel Rilwanyi to come and condemn about the killings. But he never condemned the killings of the ones he killed in Aba on 31st of March 2023. Do you see how demented you are? You see, when you saw your hand, this program is called the critical analysis. I'm not here to play around people. I don't have time for that. What I'm telling you is that what you have just written here now have done show that how hypocritical and evil and devilish you are. He wants Iwanyanwu to come and condemn the killings of thousands of innocent Biafrans killed in Imo State and their home burned down. But let me ask you a question. Who initiated that particular mayhem in our people? It is a singular mistake you guys made because you choose to carry on something you know nothing. You're claiming that you are a commander, but you live in desert. You are not on the ground. Not you have been tested like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because commanders will die for Onyendu. I, George Umeh, will take a blade for our leader. Ask anybody in United Kingdom. If Onyendu is here, we do anything. I was the first CSO United Kingdom here. Onyendu will request George Umeh will be there. I'll be the person to welcome from the car. I'm not bragging. Those around will tell you. But I don't go close to Onyendu. I keep distance from our leader because I know Onyendu is the spirit. Ask people. People I warn them ahead. I say, this man, it is not ordinary person. Don't go around him fucking around. Excuse my language. So I'm telling you tonight, China Sanwo, you want Iwanyanwu to come out and condemn the death. But Chike Doziem did not condemn the death of our people. Even though he was the one that told Akwarawa Mende that he won this protest. He organized, saw Abafendi, and asked him specifically, he must wear black and hold megaphone. Easy target. But he never even hold 1 minute silence when he came after 15 days. And he got the nerve to question a man that come out to call for the release of our leader. Before the jamboree they want to inaugurate as whatever zoo. For me, whatever they do in the zoo, I'm not interested. That's why I tell people, I'm not interested. That is when they were talking about disobedience. I tell people, I will say it now. P2B is an evil man. Who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made a special program, went to Uzu River and discovered where he murdered our people. There was no. If P2B set up a commission of inquiry about what transpired in Uzu River, he did not do it because he was one that masterminded it. Murdered up over 80 Mosabian because Onyendu was a Mosal before IPOB. And it's part of it. He never lied. But he took it upon himself. That's what we're talking about. How can you compare yourself with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? The day you were comparing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with Wazirike. Wazirike didn't even know how many people that died in Ezra, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is on YouTube. So I don't know what is your problem. Why would you want Emmanuel Rilwanyi to come and condemn the death of our people that house were born? Why it was you? It was your decision to disobey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the people that were murdered on 31st of March 2023, your boss didn't condemn it. The so-called HOD that are leading the Biafran community did not. He came to Radio Biafra. He didn't even talk about them. As a video I'm going to analyze, like I said, this program might take time. I don't really care. But I just want people to know, this is why I want the hypocrisy of this man, because that's why when someone says debunking, but some of them don't understand the word. Before you debunk somebody, you must get an evidence to prove that the person is actually lying, that is falsehood. But if I cannot prove it, that means actually you're exposing yourself more, which I'm going to expose tonight. Let me go forward, because I got a couple stuff here that I had. This is our erudite special counsel, Ejimako, though his Twitter handle was cut off. At least he can see that he's doing something. A man that I'm not comparing them, but at least these people with their IP, they work for IPOB. IPOB pays them. He's a special counsel to Onyendu. Remember, the same China Sanwo-Olu kicked against what is it called? Bruce Fair. Telling Biafrans that anytime Bruce Fair come to Nigeria, he's spending $50,000 to go and see Onyendu. And the Nigerian government was forcing Onyendu to be spending community money exorbitantly or whatnot. This boy is talking about. He asked him, who is this cockroach? Where is this guy come from? Who is this guy? You're auditing how much being spent that you are, I'm sure you're not contributing nada. If you are contributing, we can say hashtag publish your receipt. It's not hidden anymore. It's not hidden. It's organization. IPOB is a freedom fighting. It's non-governmental organization. Publish it. Let all of us publish and you see. Where country you live, publish your receipt from the day you join IPOB to death. Let's see how much you have paid and how you've been constant on paying your dues and whatnot. If you have paid every levy, because people like us, we have paid 3 times. Because 2015, 16, 17, we were contributing on a daily basis because then that is when the fire was on the mountain. And we never complain as long as we can eat. That's why when they say people are seeking asylum here, they cannot afford to pay the defense fund. But these people live in the house. They wear clothes, but they cannot save money to pay for IPOB. But they give the letter to go and get 5 years and they're working. Who is fleeing who here? You people bastardize IPOB now, using it to oppress people. We commercialize IPOB, but we are here. So, and I'm going to give you a video or audio, because AGO4, like I said, Ejimako here, as long as AGO4 is in the side of the evil man, AGO4 is the one undermining Onyendu. Because Nnamdi AGO4, his colleague, brought a memo, which with his letter heading, AGO4 has never for one day come and dispute it. Even the tweet of Ejimako about Abraham Obonia in Germany, AGO4 have never for one day come and refute it, but AGO4 kept silent. What does it tell you? AGO4, I said it before, you are a professional, but don't let your emotion overcloud your intelligence, and which you have done publicly. You have mocked yourself. But you know what? Time is the only time. Time heals. And truth is the only thing that can stand the test of time. And you can see the difference between you and Ejimako, because Ejimako is a professional. And I have to say it. I'm not comparing both of you. You feel with sentiment and emotion and you get yourself entangled. Even this 747,000, your name was mentioned because I will do that program. Your name was. That's why I do not regard you. As long as I found you wanted, you become nobody. Your hands are soiled in your fall. That is why you are going around getting an award. Yeah, how are you? How would they take you serious? Onyendu house was invaded in 2017. For how many years? Almost 4 years. He could not file it physically in court. He was granted an interview, but he could not file it physically. He couldn't organize and file it physically. And he called himself a lawyer. No, that is your way of survival. As long as Mazi can locked up in the DSS dungeon, AGO4 will blossom. I said it over time. I'm not apology to it. So the Nzukumunna as well, everybody is doing what they should do. According to them, the handshake across the Niger, we had it over time. But at least when people do something, because we're asking them to do something. So when they do something, we talk about it. And not to be sarcastic about it. We have to be facing the reality here. Because our leader is in DSS dungeon. It is not your father or your mother that is there. His father and mother has died. It's not your brother. You might claim that Onyendu is your leader, but leader in mouth, not in your heart. Because none of you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because he has been proven. But I have to thank our barrister because he has done enormously. So I think it stops here. If I'm not mistaken, I will pull off this, and I'm going to now. There's a main thing I want to talk about tonight. You know, over time, I don't really respond to people where they say things. I'm going to play Aba Massacre short video for you guys to listen to. Now, somebody sent me a video. That was the broadcast I made on the 27th of April 2023 concerning this criminal. It happened that I think the Cabal sent one of their riffraff to say that to try to analyze the video and actually saying that he was debunking me. But the reason why I want to go that 19-minute video, I want to go every single part of it is because it buttressed up the killings that happened in Aba. So I will not let it pass because it's not about anybody that talked about it. And one thing again that was there is that, their propaganda say that it was audio, it was voice note, because probably the moron wouldn't know how to extract, or he doesn't have the ball, don't know what to do with it, or maybe he want to play some dumb games and now it's a blackmail. I don't do voice note. Every single podcast that I have done, even when I come to Radio Biafra in the past, I don't hide my name or my face. People know who I am. I've been in numerous, so I don't do voice note or whatnot. Now, it has to do with the massacre in Aba and a lot of things. But firstly, I'm going to bring that video up, and I want people to listen to it. I got a couple of 2 videos I want to play, but I need to do this because it's very, very important that I did this. Very, very important. Normally I don't, but I need to do this. Very, very important. Now, because I'm definitely
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Biafrans all over the world.
I'm definitely going to play the video on 27th, and I want us to listen. I just don't want to give any credit, but I just want to listen for a very, very obvious reason.
Good evening. My name is Comrade IKECHUKWU, and I am the special one. Biafra, I'm here to debunk one voice note made by one autopilot member or sympathizer by the name of Umeh.
Sorry, I think it's echoing, but I will play this back again. Because it was echoing, I just want to interject on the first segment of the word is this moron have just said. He said he want to debunk the voice note. That's one thing I want to clarify. This is not a voice note, this is a broadcast. And that broadcast has been rebroadcast many times, but I'm going to give a bit of it. It's on 27. You could go to Biafra Alpha Power Media, Facebook, YouTube, or UK Media. Check on the critical analysis. The broadcast that was made on 27th of April 2027 is what this animal here is trying to get himself killed on it. So, but I will allow him to strangle himself because, but having said that, someone needs to tell him to get a dictionary and find out what is the full meaning of debunking before he start using words he don't even know the meaning.
George Umeh. On this very voice note, there's a whole lot of claims by George Umeh. Number one, he talked about the protection that happened in Biafra land. He also spoke about the unauthorized protest in South Africa and even thanked those who disobeyed the leadership to do the protest. He also spoke about the runaway girl or the wanted girl by name Neche.
I think I want because it's going to allow my video to play. But as he's talking, I need to interject. You see the, first of all, he used the word that autopilot or autopilot sympathizer. As everybody know on this struggle, someone like George Umeh, people that know me since I joined IPOB, I never flip-flop. If I can stand against people like Imam Mezu was the man after the heart of our leader in UK here. I want to lecture this clown because the last time I checked, this animal was in one hut in Mozambique. Say he's selling to their parts when he was calling IKECHUKWU motherland. Which IKECHUKWU, when he come to the Biafra, I, George Umeh, was the person that was actually with IKECHUKWU every morning. I have a slot in motherland. Every morning I'm on motherland. A lot of people don't know this. IKECHUKWU is alive. Go and ask him. Every morning, unless the day I couldn't make it. But I have a slot on motherland every morning on Radio Biafra. And there's no time I call our deputy leader, he won't pick up my call. Because you know my roles. So, and of course of IPOB, since I joined, I have never mistaken or I have never entangled with anybody. Anything that I have from 2015 incident we had, I have in UK here, when he was here in UK, we were the people that went to Manchester. We always stand in that particular one thing on our code of conduct. So when someone is making references of autopilot, autopilot sympathizer, and I look at a clown that don't even know where he belongs. Today is in Nigerian politics, today is in Nigerian church. These are people that they bring into IPOB. People that are looking for what to do. How to extract money from people. You become famous that you are part of IPOB. That is not why we're here. You are just, you just came out. You have not even reached abroad yet. It's still in South Africa. You have not. If I told you when I traveled abroad, I don't know what you were doing. I don't know what you were doing there. But I don't want to go into that. But for you to be associating me, George Umeh, with any of groups, I'm so pure for a drug addict like you to mention my name. But you know what? It's good. Because I want Biafrans to see how you expose those that have murdered our people with your own mouth. Because you are the weakest link. You have done a lot of damage, but they don't know. We have all the evidence. And those even you have threatened, we have them. But time will tell. I want to allow you to still continue ranting.
And I'm going to take it one after the other. So, I want you to listen to George Umeh.
What transpired in Aba on the 31st of March was abomination in our land. Onyendu said, for Biafra to come, we must be white and whiter and whiter than snow. Onyendu said, if we kill our own, Biafra will never come. That is why Onyendu make it openly. That was Wike, you see him flip-flopping. Because in this world, one thing that stands the test of time is truth. I'm letting you guys know tonight because at the end of the day, we owe nobody no apology. Because what we are doing is what Okeke have called us to do. So what they're doing is to deviate your attention from the onslaught that went on in Aba, and we say no to that. This man must be held accountable of their heinous crime in Biafra land. As I go forward in this program, I will be showing you the facts about how they have compromised the lives and the security of our people by that single act of treachery against our leader and IPOB at large. Now, when what took place in Aba took place on 31st, I did program on that same 31st. As I said, I will not comment on this issue until we ascertain what happened. Because when we say things, we don't forget them. I want you to quote me right when you want to quote me. And I came back on forth, and I lay you to bear. I told you what happened. And as I'm saying tonight, China Samoru came on Radio Biafra and was gravitating around and said, misogynist, talking things that make no sense, blame the death, because all this was calculated and something that was masterminded, including their erats and their media worms. After they murdered Akbarawa Mende, they held a secret meeting, saying nobody should talk about this. But I want to review one thing to you tonight as well. As you all know, the vegetable himself that leading the Biafran community came on Radio Biafra after 15 days of this particular, murder. And he was so, vulnerable that he couldn't even hold a 2-minute or 1-minute silence for the death. He's playing games with the life of our people. Because he was the masterminder, which is a Aram boy that lives in Kuwait. They call Chinas and the faceless monk that lives in so-called desert that's sniffing dust there on a daily basis. He never mentioned what happened in Aba. What does that tell you? And it was hidden. That was not in the camera like I'm talking to you now. I've always said it. Onye ndu speaker, Onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi kind of talk to us on camera when he's doing Facebook Live. He's on Radio Biafra. I don't know if he doesn't know how to operate, being on, connecting from studio and be on the radio. You don't have to hide your face. Other people, even those that are claiming that they are leaders, they're all of them, their faces out there. Why are you hiding your face? Not coming out, because as I'm talking, you can look into my eyes and you can see. I'm not fringing. Because what I'm saying here is something that dear to me. I have a lot to do to devote this time and my own time and my money to be doing what I'm doing. But Chike Doziem has no balls to even to mention that those he claimed that he was leading were massacred in Aba. But I want to tell you something tonight. Like China Sanwo claimed that he called his so-called HND, informing what was going on. All these are lies. We have sources. Matter of fact, Chike Doziem made a personal call to Akbarawa Mende. Sometimes when people are lying or you playing games with people, I cannot get your way all the time. Who sold Abafendi to them? Where was the fund, resource for that Jagatia project went through that they saw no amount of men that were on the street that they were wearing same white, only Akbarawa Mende was wearing. Anyway, I was a bit stammering there. That was gigantic. So, it's a slip of tongue. What I meant to say was a gigantic project that went through. I just want to correct that particular phrase, and I'll let this idiot continue ranting. Black, which is a target. But I can tell you now that Chike Doziem made a call across Akbarawa Mende. They told him that they want this to be peaceful. Chike Doziem told Akbarawa Mende that I want this protest to be peaceful. Because Akbarawa Mende was a humble servant.
Okay, now, George Umeh claim that, according to him, that Chike Doziem called Akbarawa Mende. Let's take it that is true. As a leader, when people who are following you or those under you disobeyed you and embark on journey that you never sent them, what will you do? You will tell them to go in peace because they have started the journey already. I'm not here to tell you that what George Umeh said, autopilot sound alike, or autopilot sympathizers, or autopilot members, they sound alike. But let's assume that what he said is true. Is anything wrong with that? If Chike doesn't call Akpalawa Mendy. I'm even thanking God that Chike doesn't told them to make sure.
One thing that I said, we don't just come out here to talk. Because over time you heard them, they told you that they're media warriors. I told them, who made you media warrior? Like I said, some of them are just coming to Radio Biafra now to speak. I have access to Radio Biafra. I live in UK here. Like I said, IKECHUKWU. I've walked alongside with him. We have a specific task to deal with. I want this young man, his headline on this particular junk was that he's debunking George Umeh. But you have not said that what I said, that I'm lying. But you say, let's say, that is agreeing with what I said. That what George Umeh said was fact. Because before you call something debunked, that means that something being falsified. I did not falsify. You and I knew that Chike Doziem put a direct call to Akpalawa Mende. And now you are blaming Akpalawa Mende because you think he's dead. That when your boss, okay, so when your boss send you message and you took it on your own, that he tell them, go in peace. Thank you very much. Do you know why I said that all of you will eat your own flesh? You see, the reference you're just giving now is exactly what I've just talked about Chinua Sanwo and Emmanuel Iwanyanwu. Onyendu tell you, do not go ahead to carry out Ghost Time Monday. Chinua Sanwo and Chike Doziem defile our leader and instituted a mayhem in Biafra land. Thank God you use your own mouth, because you guys will continue to shut yourself one after another. As long as people like us are around, there is no room for shenanigan. There is no room for falsehood. I can allow you for talk for a week, but I will come out once. I will shred you to pieces because I have things to do. I'm not jobless. I'm not getting paid from anybody. The system I use and things I do, what we do, we finance them by ourselves. Nobody will say one day, I'll call you to ask you for £1 or €1. But what I want Biafrans to take, this is why I allow, because this is my program. This is a program on Biafra Alpha Power Media on critical analysis, and somebody cut it and saying it's a voice note, how demented and retarded. They don't know how to deal with issues. But the video someone sent to me, your video is playing here, but no one is going to see your dumbass face. Yeah? Matt, your voice is there. Now, what I want you to know is this, is that before you use the word debunking, it must have your facts, and just like what I told you the day you were mentioning Mazi's age's name. And at the end, the same Chinua Sanwo came out. Chinua Sanwo knew that Mazi's age was not the person that was holding our letter. Radio Biafra address was in Mazi Darlington Imo's house from inception of Radio Biafra. And everybody knows this. For you guys to carry smear attack against Mazi's age, because Mazi's age found out the crime they committed in company house, which is still there, because they have written our leader out. Now, you have not said that what Maz George Umeh said was lie. But what you just said now, that gives me happy. That's why I want people to listen. That is, say, if those that is under you do something without you, that is, tell them farewell. Did you see what I just said? But the case is reversed. Akpalawa Mende never disobeyed Chike Doziem and the gang of criminals. But Chinua Sanwo won Akpalawa Mende dead because of what he knows about Chinua Sanwo. I want to correct that impression. I'm saying it unequivocally. Akpalawa Mende was single-handedly murdered because of we know too much. Just as you are after Neche. But Neche, he will end all of you. I heard he said, if you are Neche, can you be Neche? Wherever that young lady is. You see United Kingdom, you see Ekwemadu, everybody tell Ekwemadu you will go prison in UK, will not believe it. This is the mother of civilization and democracy. I want you guys to be very, very careful. Very extremely careful what you say and what you do. Because every word you guys said is kept for you. You see, what is he called? This Yoruba guy, Adeyinka's son. Some of you are clapping when he went to prison. So many, all of you will get yourself in tango like that. It's easy peasy. Mark my words somewhere. Like I said, I am liable. That's why before I speak, I don't speak. You said debunking. Now I'm debunking your lie. This is what they call debunk. Because you could not say anything that George Umeh said was lie. But now I'm giving you from your own word now. You are indicting yourself more by accepting that when your leader asks you not to do something, you do it. That means that is a gross insubordination, and whatever that have come out of that, you are liable. Just like Chike Doziem and the China Sanwo-Olu are liable to the over 1 million deaths in Biafra land since they instituted that Monday ghost town. Take it to bank. I will allow myself to continue. And he finished what you're saying. He said, thank God. Nobody's thanking God. And in your demented mind, Chike couldn't find it worthy to mention the dead because you know the dead are haunting them. Now, I want to use this opportunity to tell Biafrans, before I forget. Remember, the vegetable came and told you to go and buy colon out on 30th of May. But he forget to recognize people that he sent out and they were murdered. I want you to do me a favor. Buy that cola, as he said. But the case will be reversed. Your prayers will be reversed. Your prayers will be any man or woman anywhere that is against Biafra restoration and Mazi Nnamdi. May the land of Biafra be after their generation. And they will never be alive to see Biafra. That's the prayer we play on that 30th of May in Biafra land. Not what Chike told you to do. Any man or woman that is against Biafra.
That the protest will be peaceful. And I thank God that George Umeh confessed that.
Well, let me clarify the protest being peaceful. The protest will be peaceful because they disarmed them in every area they could have defended themselves, even physically and spiritually. That was why that was said to them, because they've already have a plan. That is why they ordered them to march from Osisioma to Ngwa Road, which they have 2 barracks in between. And when the zoo murderers was killing them, all of them take off their shoes. They are in toes on the floor. What does that tell you? I'm asking you tonight. Like I said, we have sources. The reason why Chike doesn't make that comment is because they disarmed them physically and spiritually. And that is why they yanked them off. And the Shisom Dream, the errand girl that they're using, was the one telling DSS that this is Abia State Command protesting in collaboration with IPOB for the release of their leader. Why are you sounding that if there is not pre-planned death waiting these individuals that didn't know what were ahead of them? But he told them to keep everything they could have defended themselves with, physically and spiritually. That was the reason why Chike reiterated to that young man, it must be peaceful. Just like they come to UK here, tell us that Omar America is coming here, to collaborate with us. But one day I asked the useless source and he said, oh, we didn't know. But we told you, you didn't know because your eyes was them because you're an evil man. Because if you are following command and control, you have got no nerve to come to United Kingdom to institute anything. You work in collaboration with national coordinator. What you told is what you do. Because when you do, follow that chain command. I will allow this to go. But I want to tell you, peacefulness was for them to disarm themselves physically and spiritually. For your information.
I thank God that George Umeh confessed that.
There is something that happened, I think, yesterday in South Africa. And first of all, I have to thank my comrades in South Africa. IPOB worldwide in South Africa. IPOB, one family in South Africa. You guys have done us proud. And I must commend Mazi Innocenta, Anya, the comrade. But the truth is that what happened in South Africa, have opened everybody's eyes. That Chike Doziem will go to the far to block Onyendu's protest. But people were using IPOB name to raise fund. Chike Doziem never move muscle. But they will go far. What did I say to you? They do not want Mazi Nnamdi to come out again. They have written our leader out. China Samoru Chike Doziem, Austin Abani, Isaiah Oba. What is his name again? This one, I don't mention Isaiah Oba. Isaiah Oba is nobody. I'm calling this one the head of media, Chukwudi former. The so-called deputy leader, deputy DOS. I don't mention this clown. This man. But as all of them are Cabal, none of them want Mazi Nnamdi to come out again, and they have written our leader out. But I have to give my accolade to our comrades in South Africa. They did us proud. But this has shown you how Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals, one Mazi Nnamdi released from DSS dungeon, ASAP. They lied that DSS poisoned Onyendu. They are telling DSS poison Mazi Nnamdi. And this clown they call Mwachineke is still putting that nonsense in his scream anytime that idiot is broadcasting. But Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals went as far as going to get a restriction from our people not to protest in South Africa. And they've forgotten that South Africa was one time a country that was fought for liberation for years and oppression.
Okay. You heard him talking of South Africa, what happened here. Very good and fine. What happened is this. We have some group of marudas or bandidos who think South African IPOB is a joke that anyone can take advantage of anyhow you want. So what these people are doing is to be going about with IPOB, materials, extorting money they will not account for. When you demand for accountability, it will turn to fight. So, because of all these things, we decided to go to court to get court injunction, to restrict them from doing some certain things, from doing everything. Not some certain things, from doing everything. So that's what they are now complaining that Chike Doziem sent us. No, Chike Doziem did it. In fact, it was even Chike Doziem that stopped us from doing exactly what we planned to do that very day. So I think they should be grateful.
Like I said, ignorance is not excused in the court of law, because this clown, I don't think he has read, because when he say we, he asked him, what is your position in IPOB? He had no position in IPOB. The parallel coordinator they gave you in Joburg, you have not held any meetings since they gave you parallel, because that is the agendas of these monsters to destroy IPOB. Having said that, you're calling people Marudas. You don't even know the meaning of Maruda. Because you use word, you won't even define the word before you use it. The people you're referring as Maruda, you and them, who is actually Maruda? You talk about accountability. Chike Doziem accountability should start from Chike Doziem. Accountability should start from Chike Doziem. Firstly, that's number one. Number two, you want to restrict them. But all of you were busy on social media distracting people, calling Simon Ekpa, but none of you nobody restricted common restraint order to Simon Ekpa, Chike Doziem, and Nnamdi couldn't do it in Europe here. None of you could be able to raise the easiest thing to do in Europe. It costs you no less than 50 euro to activate restraint order before you actually sue somebody. That's why when they brought that nonsense from Germany, they sued the young man. Why are you guys making caricature of yourselves? to distract people. Every day you want content to come on social media ranting because you are one of their payrolls. All of you are at the same level. Because if you're not getting money, is that where you're selling your hair? Is that where you're breaking the bank? Huh? So what you're saying to me is that your restraint order you brought is to stop them from everything. Then did you stop them not to protest? Why didn't you stop them to protest that day? Do you see how you guys are making mockery of yourselves? You need to go and read the history of South Africa. I was in South Africa in 1998. When some of you don't even know where South Africa is. In 1998, I was in Joburg. In 1998, I don't know where you were then. 98, I was in Joburg. For your information. So when you talk, you need to think deep. Because I don't think you are your maybe too much of meth has damaged your rudimentary, but I'm not mistaken here. So you guys raise restraint order against people that want to protest for Onyendu. Even if it's our enemy. That's why I say you guys don't represent IPOB. I give an example. In UK here, when we had issues in 2015, all the people that sabotage still attend protests when we have a nationwide protest in UK here. They come on Trafalgar Square. You dare not talk to them or touch them. It's a public space, just like what they did to Mazi's age. They didn't understand all this. Even if they come to meeting, you don't even have the power. Because if you call police there and they say they are part of this family and can prove they were contributing money, you don't have that power. You don't. You don't live in a zoo and you're talking trash. Somebody need to educate you a little bit. You have no whole position in IPOB. You're jumping from one boat to another. Just one go yourself. You haven't done anything yet, man. Trust me. You haven't. It's still down below, bro. No disrespect. But what we're talking about here, if it's not because of Mazi and Kanu, what on earth will make me exchange word with people in your caliber? Nothing. You cannot in my lead. I'm not bragging, but it's fact. I said South Africa was there in 1998. I don't know how old you are. Go and check what's 1998 and where you there then before you can talk. Mention my name. Let's go.
To Chike, I think they should be grateful to Mazi Chinasanwolu. They should be grateful. That's exactly what happened. They should be very, very grateful to this man. And let me tell you something. Had it been that something happened to those people that went to that unauthorized protest, they will blame DOS. Just like they are blaming DOS for what happened in Biafra land, Abia State to be precise. You see, Obuna Vajabol, all of our core, I say DOS. Man, Obuna, all of our Galafa, they will.
You know, I don't know what they did to him before he even come out and put out that video, because the guy is miserable. I wish you could go and watch the video and see his body language. The guy's been beat to stupor. You know, you have not said one word that what I said is lie. When you dim your headline as debunking George Umeh, but there's no one word you have uttered that said that what George Umeh said was lie. But now, I am actually unveiling more destructive things you guys have done, because now the world have known that the people that's in charge of over 1 million deaths that are caused by Monday sit at home is Chinasanwolu and Chike Doziem, because Chinasanwolu announced that sit at home. Chike Doziem is so-called head of Directorate of State, so he's accomplished. They all knew what happened. Thank God you yourself now have already tell people that Akwalawa Mende is dead, so he cannot speak on himself. You guys have lied against death. But let me say one thing tonight. My prayer is that every single one of you that knew what happened in Aba and conceal it, that same thing that happened in Aba will be the outcomes of your generations, unborn and the ones that still living, including yourself. Every single one of you that knew that what happened in Aba was an eyesore, was masterminded by those that supposedly be your leaders. And he kept quiet. And he talking about the zoo that killed us, but now you're collaborating with the zoo to kill our people. And I want people like us to, you think I join IPOB to come and make what? To do what? Do you think I forfeit all the things I built in my life to come here and be ranting with you? Before you open your gutter to talk to me, tell me what you're giving up for Biafra. Tell me, I need any one of you, including Chikedosim. Nzulumike went back home and go and get married. He was there thinking about his sister back home. That's why he's packing. He turned our office in Germany. He's deputy director of state. People who are doing freedom fighting, they will still travel back home. People like us who have made a choice. And that's why I see things differently from the way you say it. So before you think, you need to tell me what you have given up for this Biafra. Mazi and Nnamdi, two parents have died. Only to give up his paradise in the United Kingdom. Went back home. Toiled everywhere. Tell me what you have done to earn that honor and respect. If you haven't done anything, then you need to bury yourself and your faces in the mud, because you people are evil. I want this particular audio to finish, because the more you open your mouth, the more you indict yourself.
To take the praise and the honor. So the thing is this: you are taking innocent Ariam, you are taking, tell them to gather anywhere in South Africa. Tell them to gather in the name of IPOB. Let's see. He said that.
Well, it's a threat. They gathered, they have done their protest, he did nothing. But let me remind you that the people you're speaking to, they can hear you. I said it in my last program. Nobody is a manipulator of violence. Like I said, he just went to South Africa yesterday. He don't even know anything about South Africa. He don't even know anything about South Africa. Make phone call in South Africa, you lost. I'm not bragging, I'm telling you. But be careful. People you're threatening, they are not dumbs, they are human beings. Some of you think where have you been? Who do you know? You're just jumping up from one place to another. You need to be very careful. You're threatening them, but the people stage protest in front of United Nations, the guy that went there, where is him? The idiot that went to disrupt them, where was the guy? Including, what is it called? Oghechukwu. Bunch of drug addicts everywhere. Yeah? It's threatening. But they have done protests, he did nothing. With your restraining order, he did nothing. He's threatening them as if, innocent Italian have been in South Africa for over how many years? He just went to South Africa 2 years ago. Selling rubber head in I don't know. And you have the nerve to be talking rubbish. Mr. Man, go and brush your teeth, please. Let's continue.
South Africa fought for their freedom for a period of years, right? Very good. During that time, they have their procedure. They have a way they do things. You don't wake up and go and do anyhow. So as you're thanking them, advise them to come out to gather anywhere. Let's see if they think they are man enough. Had it been that something happened to these people that went to that unauthorized protest, by now, what you will be hearing online is DOS. But thank God that nothing happened to them. But next time, they will not be as lucky as that day. Finally, let's listen to what he said about Nechen.
The so-called Udala writers took it upon themselves and tried to blackmail a young lady that was a hardcore and that was involved in IPOB security architecture in Biafra land, that have worked us seriously, because we're our sources. We don't just come out and say things, because we are media outfit, and most of all, I believe to take responsibility of my own words. Anytime, any day. I want to make something abundantly clear here. Neche, that young lady, all of us remember that, and suddenly we didn't see her again. One time, I think I read something above, she was saying that DSS was training her, and sometimes again, they carried a smear attack on her on that she was in somewhere in Lagos or whatever, on TikTok. But do you know why they did that then? That was the old pictures like that young girl that have life over her. Even though she's enjoying in the beach, what aren't you enjoying where you are? What does she have to do? She's a young kid. That's your child abuse for crying out. That's it. Even if in the real world they will charge you for child abuse for allowing that girl to get involved in what we are doing. It's a child abuse on her age in that time. I want to make it clear here. Baby soldiers in Sierra Leone in Liberia, people went to prison for it. Guess what? The propaganda on IKECHUKWU is a cover-up of Chinua Sanwo-Olu on his atrocities activities in ESN in Aba. No, you know, what we are seeing now is a piece of what this guy have done in Aba. Chinua Sanwo-Olu's family is member. The one that still left there lives in the barrack in Aba. He's an Ngba man. He's an Ngba man. Nature knows a lot about Chinua Sanwo-Olu. Sabotage and the killing of ESN. Commanders and lying against them. This is our sources. Chinua Sanwo-Olu come out to deny whatever I'm saying tonight. And what Nature knows. We don't know where she is. But what I'm telling Chinua Sanwo-Olu, don't forget. Ndi Igbo si na dibe na agwa otoro, ebe ka ikegede. Dibe na agwa otoro, ebe ka ikegede. If you guys are threatening that young lady's families back home, we are not living in a archaic age. Every single thing you guys have done is on record. Mark my words somewhere. Mazi can never grooms ESN to turn the gun against of our people. But they have done so and they have come out publicly and threatening people. All these things are on record. Propaganda and blackmail are Chinua Sanwo-Olu's alternative weapon to silence those he couldn't kill or hand over to DSS. I want you to quote me right. All this I'm telling to you tonight is I say it. They said it, if they don't hand you over to the police, then they will cut off your balls. I will play their voices here. It's not me that said it, it's what they said. Now, Cindy Peters and Amarachukwu, Debbie, and Umuchukwu, devils, are working for Chinua Sanwo-Olu to blackmail Neche. After helping him to disappear Akwarawa Mende and kill over 50 others. Aba massacre. Neche will definitely speak when the time is right. Chinua Sanwo-Olu, you don't need to shit on your pants.
You know what? You know what? I don't think Neche, if I'm her, I don't have to hide. If you know that thing you know about Chinua Sanwo-Olu, come out and say it. You don't need to hide it because, you know, when they sound like this, it will look like, oh, Chinua Sanwo-Olu mad. No, when they say it, if you know what.
You know, there's one saying that said a clear conscience fears any accusation. You cannot be Neche and Neche cannot be you. Well, guess what? You know who Chinua Sanwo-Olu has been killed. You are an insider. We have so many videos where you have analyzed how even they kill people in the SS. So don't bother. We know all these things. Yeah, but let me say something to you. Ekweremadu has been today going 10 years imprisonment United Kingdom for human trafficking because you want to use somebody's organ transplant liver. The young man, before they brought him here, he never told them there, but he gives his stories in a civilized world. I want you to understand that United Kingdom is the mother of earth, whether you want to believe it or not. Let me say something to you, Chinua Sanwo-Olu, and your collaborators. Whatever you have done in the past, hoping that it will go away. You see, even Hitler ran away when his time was up. People argued that he died in South America because South America was a safe haven for those that committed crime in Europe in the 80s and 90s. Before now, they have a treaty. If you know what I mean, Go back to history. History will teach you that. So I want to tell you guys today, don't be in a haste to tell nature what to do. Worry about yourself. That young lady, whatever he is, all I'm saying to her is, IKECHUKWU still continue to keep you. Because whatever a man sows is what you reap. Karma is real. You open your mouth and confirm that when the boss gave his boys orders and they defile it, which is insubordination, the consequences must be bare, which Chikedozie have accepted. And I'm saying it and we're echoing it to Biafrans tonight. Over 1 million deaths. The house bonds, all these things you are asking Emmanuel Iwanyamu to comment about was you that orchestrated it, you and Chikedozie. I will rest my case. There's nothing the clown, one almost 19-minute video. He couldn't say that George Umeh said anything that was lie. The reason why I went through this is because this has to do with the blood of our people. And as they go into deep, whenever it touch whatever George Umeh said, you will indict yourself. I've said it before. I want any of you idiots to come out openly, challenge with me. After I dealt with you, you will not come out on street. I don't have time. But I'm talking about, not talking about media worms like riffraffs like you. I'm talking about like Chikedozie. I don't even know Chikedozie. It won't last 2 minutes in my hand. I'm being honest with you. You don't know how brutal I am. 2 minutes it won't last in my hand because I will put his file for him. We didn't file. I'm not talking about, you rant on what they told you. You have not served. You're not a principal officer. You guys are doing propaganda on social media because you're growing a page. Probably you're surviving with the money you're getting from Facebook. I think is what we come here to do. We are on the upper hand if you want to build page for your information. For all of you, if that's what I wanted to do, I could have done it long years ago. But because of IPOB, I wouldn't get involved in social media to make any fund on it. My lifestyle alone will give me money. To be fair. So I just want to rest it here for now. But I want just to clarify this. Because when someone says debunk, when you're debunking, get your dictionary right. You must have anything that is lies there. But everything that I've said, you have agreed with me tonight that Chikedozie actually put a direct call to Akwara women there. And murdered over 50 men in Aba as he told them that this protest must be peaceful. For them, he disarmed them physically and spiritually. And shipped them out and sent their errand girl, signal the DSS, and murder them because Akwara Mende was the target. Only one man wearing black and megaphone. I rest my case. Fellow comrades and lovers of freedom. I know I've been staying long in this program, approximately 2 hours, so I'm gonna call it a night. I had a little bit of itches, but tonight things I've laid to bear. Things I haven't said because of this week. It is going to be exclusive on our finance. I want to break the canal back on Chikedozie. The fraud Chikedozie committed with Madam Oyibo and Co. will be unveiled. Subsequently, if it's not this weekend, then next week. But that decision will be made. It's just me to have the time to come on air because I have a lot to do. I am not jobless, okay? I'm a family man. But as you can see, you wouldn't hear a pin drop where I'm doing this broadcast in my house. So it's not a brag, but I just let you know. So I thank you, wonderful people of Biafra and lovers of freedom. I don't want this to exceed 2 hours. And just one thing to take home is that our finance, we have only one central command, and our head of finance, whatever she said goes. Every order has come from Onyendu. And for every principal officer across the globe, do not limit your money to this fraudulent account. Do not limit any money to this charade. Chikedozie and his gang of criminals have got nothing to offer to our people. So I will indulge you guys to make sure you all follow suit not to do that mistake. Do not put your money, because I will unveil what happened on our first ESN account. $747,000 was stolen. And up to today, Chikedozie said he is concerned about his word here. He said it's the duty of the Directorate of State He said it's the duty of the head of state. But ask Chikedozie, how much was contributed into Umeh account before now? Finally, they had issue with themselves. Chikedozie, no. I said what I'm saying. Like I said, when somebody debunking, when I come with evidence. Issue of 747,000 is just not paper. It was audio as well. So we're going to have fun. All right? So I thank you all for listening to me tonight. Most importantly, may all of us remember our Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I won't mention a job for tonight. I will keep his own case. Subsequently, I got a lot of things to talk about. But tonight, I don't have that time. But may IKECHUKWU continue to safeguard Onyendu and give him that strength. Okay, I call him, we will always see him through. He will come out triumphantly. And every one of us that stays sincere, that believe in the core value and fundamental of IPOB, may IKECHUKWU and all of us till Biafra is restored. In IKECHUKWU's name. He said, there one. First of all,